and putting overtime in the clock.
Oh, cool. All right. I probably can watch it. I'll watch it on my computer.
You can watch it if you have.
CSTV.
You ready?
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
we're going to convene the special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. We have members here, Mr. Rosenthal, Mr. Weezer, Mr. Smith, myself, Bernard Parks is the chair. We're going to address initially several departments that we transferred to today. We also, from the CAO's perspective, we'd like to start off with a general overview of where our status is and clarity as it relates to the deficit and how we've approached it, and also the listing of things that are on the, quote, ledger, so that we can get some sense.
You always have to be so naked.
You'll be throwing it. You guys are funny. Yes, sir.
Yes.
And let me just make one announcement so that people can plan their day. This meeting will be recessed at 6:30, and we will reconvene on Monday at 9 o'clock. But be prepared on Monday that we will go through all of the agenda items, so be prepared to be here for whatever time it takes. And being that we will be here on Monday, and most of us are not going to council, it's going to be one of those free dress days so we can appear that we're working hard.
Free dress days?
Free day. Rainy day session, you have to wear a tie.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm sure you don't have any of those clothes at home. But,
I sleep in this.
okay. So, but then 6:30, so everything we can compress into 6:30. If we appear that we are not going to get to your department, we're not going to hold you unnecessarily. But the schedule that we're going to work towards is between now and 6:30, and we're going to ask the committee to compress their questions so that we can get to the meat of the issues.
Doesn't the game start at 6:30?
We would not be swayed by civic pride.
That's
no.
why I was thinking more 6 o'clock, 6:15, something like that.
Okay. All right, if you can, Mr. Santana, if you can give us an overview of where we are as we've on this particular budget.
Well, in relation to the number that we keep on identifying, the last time we reported it was approximately 80 million. There was an action taken by your council to shift over money from the SPRF, and with the direction that it be plugged into addressing the overall deficit. So that would reduce the target number at this point to approximately 70 million. Outside of that, there were a few other actions taken. There was some indication about making some adjustments as it relates to the General Services Police, and that was, we still need to finalize what that number looks like, but it was approximately 1.4 direct costs. We still need to look at what the related costs would be on that. Outside of those two actions, there was no further action that I recall yesterday.
It was. Did we do any permanent? No, we didn't. Yeah. We didn't do it yet. We haven't done the UV yet.
I want to make sure in our report, we have all these report backs coming. One thing we did late last night had to do with the security guards here that work for us.
That's right.
And the parking. 160,000 people who come here each year. But we will get that back next week, right?
That's correct. The direction was to identify a mechanism to preserve those 16 positions, and one of the alternatives was to charge a fee for the parking that's provided for free here at the City Hall.
Yeah. Okay, and then another one I threw out yesterday had to do with the libraries. I don't want to close libraries or shut library hours down. There's 6,000 volunteers. and they would step to the plate and work with city staff. Maybe there'll not be 3 people in the library that are city staff. There might be 1 or maybe 2, and then there'd be some volunteers. And we could, if the general manager and the folks involved in that issue get together with the 6,000 volunteers, and it's quite possible, because of their volunteer energy and their commitment to the libraries, that we could have a 7-day library thing and not shut down in the morning or evenings or any of the other thing. It isn't just government workers that make things happen. It's the partnership with the private sector and government. So I'm looking forward to a plan from the librarian office about how those 6,000 can complement employees and keep our libraries functioning.
That's correct. There was a number of report backs that we're doing, that being one of them. I was referencing any items that had a dollar attached to them.
And I think, colleagues, the first report back has already been filed and sent to us, and there will be several dozen before we're over.
That's correct.
But one of the things, in the clarity of the funding, one of the things I want to make sure is the things that we have said need to be considered on a ledger, that we've not added those to the deficit until we have reconciled the larger budget.
Right, Councilman. Generally what happens is all the things that you're considering will go on a list, and then those will be considered, and we generally bring those back in the next report.
Because we've not voted on but one item.
That's correct.
Any other update on where we are?
No, that's it.
Okay. Let me start off with public comment, and then if you look at the agenda, we will go to El Pueblo, Cultural Affairs, Department of Aging, Department of Disabilities, and again, with our timeline, if we can make sure that we are crisp in our questions and that are budget related, we can get moving and get as many as we can. First of all, Arnold Sachs. These are public comment. Arnold Sachs, Dr. Clyde Williams, John Walsh, Dolores Estrada, Christine Abbott.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. I appreciate your suggestion, Councilman Rosendahl, regarding volunteers for the libraries. Do you think it's possible to get volunteers for city council members? Well, I'm sure that you might find people in the public domain that'd be willing to volunteer as a city council member 1 day a week to come in and make policy, to actually get some movement in the city, to actually pay attention to what is actually going on in the real world that exists today. I don't know what the process could be, but I'm sure, and you know, that there are people that come in here that are enthusiastic about ideas to help the city get through some budget financial problems, to basically create an a level playing field, so that the small percentage of, I want to say Angelenos, but the small percentage of people that actually dominate the government here are treated the same as the large percentage of people that end up bearing the brunt of decisions that are made to appease that small percentage of people that dominate the political scene in LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. And this is really public comment. It's not a stand-up comedy routine, so if we can stay with the subject and not waste the committee's time, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Neighborhood councils? You want volunteers? There's approximately 1,400 volunteers each month that meet and try to help the neighborhoods. They try to help telling you what the neighborhoods think. Most of the time, nobody cares. They do. 1,400 each month they go, and they try to help the neighborhoods. They have a little bit of money. They try to spread it out as much as possible. They don't require a whole bunch of things, and they are much more timely when they're allowed to be timely. And I say it's better than having slush funds in the CD council district offices as to street furniture. It used to be special events. I don't know what happened to the special events department. Maybe it's gone, I hope. And the money should be given over to the neighborhood councils. They should be budgeted for as much as you possibly can. And 45? How about 50,000, going back a couple of years ago? Because it does give the neighborhoods a sense of hope and that perhaps they have some impact upon the neighborhood quality and the pride of our place, especially in El Sereno.
Thank you very much. John Walsh, Dolores Estrada, Christine Abbott. If we could have you all come up to the podium to save time. Deborah Hale, Erica Nicholson. So we can all line up. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging in HollywoodHighlands.org. Appreciate you holding public comment at the beginning of the meeting, and of course, welcome to what we have here, which is City Council Light. We're very, of course, we support the SEIU, but we feel they have a tunnel vision. I talk for millions of people. We don't hear them on social value issues. We don't see the SEIU down when it's anti-Nazi. They're only interested in the pocketbook issues of their members. And we're facing rent rises, huge rent rises. Are they for Alarcon's position to stop it? Well, then come up and talk about it, because I haven't heard it. Have you given any money to LA Can? You haven't given a dime to LA Can. HollywoodHighlands.org. We just like to say, you cannot run a government with volunteers. You have to run. You cannot do that. Okay. Volunteer A shows up, he fills out a form, he sexually harasses a library patron, and what happens, Mr. Rosendahl? You're on the hook for $500,000. The volunteer falls, claims he sprained his ankle. You're on the hook for $1 million. This is the liberal answer. Replace all the minorities with white volunteers. And let's not forget that what's going on here is racism, because most of the members of SEIU are minorities. This is racism. 20, 30 years ago, when they were mostly white, none of this happened. Okay? That's what's happening here. I'd just like to say, HollywoodHighlands.org, we'd like to welcome you back from your 6-day rehab, and we just want to know, when you went from downtown to your home in Claremont, what were you doing?
Mr. Walsh, you're not on subject, and that's not under the purview of the Budget and Finance. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Dolores Estrada. I'm from Silver Lake, and I'm here as a concerned parent. I'm concerned about the budget cuts for the Department of Parks and Rec. My 5-year-old is in an excellent licensed child care program, and I would not like to see that program disappear. I've heard that licensed child care is not a core program of the department. If it is not a core program, find it a new home, please. It is a valuable program. Parents rely on licensed child care. There's a reason it's had a history over the last 20 years in coming to this point. Don't destroy the opportunity for parents to have their kids in a safe environment. You know, the opportunities are numerous. I'm sure that we can come up with a creative, innovative way to save the child care program. I also want to say that child care is not an expensive babysitting program. It is a quality care provided by caring staff, and it helps ensure that our children are in a safe and healthy environment that also focuses on learning and recreational activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Christine Abbott, as a state and nationally certified recreation therapist.
We want to get Deborah Hale and Erica Nicholson, if you can come up to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to address the potential closure of the therapeutic recreation centers. I just want to read a brief statement from the Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It states that public entities may not provide services or benefits to individuals with disabilities through programs that are separate or different unless
The separate programs are necessary to ensure that the benefits and services are equally effective, and that unless clause is what your therapeutic recreation centers are covering, those who are not able to be effectively served through the inclusion process are served at the therapeutic recreation centers. Inclusion is wonderful, and it is going on at a lot of the centers, but not everyone is able to be served in that manner. Knowing that hard decisions need to be made, if in fact the therapeutic recreation centers must be cut, I would urge you to at least retain one therapeutic recreation specialist position as an inclusion specialist to make sure that the needs of the disabled are met within the Department of Recreation and Parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Can someone please come up and take my information and pass that to you all, please? The custodian manual.
Sergeant Arms will get it there.
Can someone please take this? First, I would like to say good afternoon to everyone. My name is Erica Nicholson. I work for the Department of General Services, and I am a senior custodian supervisor for custodian services. All of you probably know us. We maintain everything, all your facilities here. I just gave you the custodial manual that I want you to consider, that if you lay us off, you won't have anyone to clean your bathroom, put your tissue in your toilets, stalls. I'm asking you to consider who we are and how important we maintain this facility. If you lay us off, who is going to do our job? I'm asking you to think wise. Do not lay us off. We need our jobs. I'm here representing all 5 districts, and I love my job. I'm a single parent. I have a son that loved me, that loved what I stand for, and I'm asking all of you, think twice. You lay us off, who's going to clean your toilets? Who's going to put paper towels, hand towels, seat covers, all that in the restrooms? Without us, the city will go down. I am good, I am thorough, and I love what I do. And I love all of you. So I'm asking all of you, let's not lay us off. You lay the custodians off? I'm already working to death. I work hard, and I'm proud to work hard. Can you people hear me in here? I'm asking you to think about this budget. Let's get on board. We can make a difference. My staff is counting on me. They need a job. My son is counting on me. He is going to college. So many other kids going to college. Mine is going to go too. You're not going to lay anybody off because we are going to fix it. We are somebody. I'm not trying to sound hard, but this is serious. I'm not going to sing today. Today is my day to talk. So I'm asking you guys, consider all my supplies, the tissue, my signs, everything you need, your floors, we do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
The last card that we have is it Erica?
My name is Deborah Hale.
Okay, Deborah, okay.
And I worked previously in the mayor's office, and we really work really super hard, and they've cut a lot of us, and in my building now there's from 9 to just 3 of us, and so, I'm just asking that you guys think about that, and if you get rid of us custodians, like Erica said, there's no one else to do our dirty jobs. And we really do a good, hard job. And we work hard. And they've cut, we were already down 60, and they've taken 30 from Department of Water and Power and LEX. So a lot of us are really doing a lot of hard work. We went from 2 floors to some of us have 4 to 5 floors per person. I mean, that's going through our breaks, our lunch, and everything. And we just want you guys to consider that we really want our jobs, and we really appreciate what you're doing. Yeah! Thank you.
Please warn us before you do that again. Let me get the staff back up. Let me apologize to those departments that we had to transfer to today, and Mr. Huizar is going to carry the presentation as it deals with the El Pueblo. And so we can start off with the cards. And again, reminder to general managers, we'll go right into questions. We will not be asking for an opening statement.
We have a number of public speakers. The first one is Edward Flores. Edward Flores.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Edward Flores. I am a fourth-generation Olvera Street merchant, and I am also a merchant, a member of the Olvera Street Merchants Association. And just 2 days ago, it was revealed to us the El Pueblo budget, and to the budget, El Pueblo Budget Commission also only had a couple of days ago revelation of this budget. And what we need, or we would like to ask from you today, is that perhaps you delay the approval of this, because there's some issues in here that we have regarding the allocation of the funding. The entire budget for the traditional events has been cut from this year's, and these events are what bring notoriety and fame to Olvera Street. For example, that consists of the blessing of the animals that just took place 3 weeks ago, also the posadas, Dia de los Muertos, and these are events that bring the community in and expose them to the culture of Olvera Street. We think that it's very unfortunate that these have been cut. We understand that the budget is, there's a crisis going on, but we think that there's other areas that some trimming could take place. We have a redundancy of general managers. We have an assistant general manager and a general manager, and we think if that position, the assistant is cut, and also the we have also 2 property managers. If we would eliminate one of those positions as well, we'd have an excess of $227,000. That could fund the executive assistant, which is the secretary of Mr. Andrade, our general manager. That would also leave a position open for one of the workers there, for example, the senior typist, and also actually the park visitor as well, visitors, receivers there. So we think that it's important that we keep those positions there. We'd ask that you hold off on approving this budget at this time, because there hasn't been enough time to evaluate it. Thank you.
Jeanette Rondeau. And Ms. Rondeau, you filled out 2 cards. So we got your 2 cards, but you do have the normal allotted time to speak.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeanette Rondeau. I'm 4th generation. This is my lovely mother, Irma Gutierrez. We are one of the last families that actually lived in the Sepulveda house on Olvera Street. I used to know Christine Sterling. She used to play with me as a child. She was the founder of Olvera Street, and Olvera Street was ready to be condemned. She saved it. She envisioned a Mexican marketplace, and she created it, and she invited people over. This is my mother and I living there on Olvera Street, and Cruz Ledesma was also someone really important to Olvera Street. He also lived in the Sepulveda house with us. We have 5 generations of our family here on Olvera Street. In regards to the fiestas, my uncle Mario Valadez was the general manager of Olvera Street. He worked side by Christine Sterling. He cared about Olvera Street with all his heart. He was also a merchant. And by being a merchant, he understood the needs of the merchants. He also could work with Christine on developing a place with integrity. We need your support. Olvera Street has changed so much. Since the city has taken over, we've had countless managers taking over with no consideration of the merchants. Recently, some merchants have been receiving letters to their dead ones. I'm sorry, I'm very upset. They're sending letters to the dead because they don't even know who is there. We've only asked for $50,000 to put 9 events, traditional events. We do not plaster booths with breast augmentation, with giveaway mayonnaise. We do events that are
that are good for the community. We need your support to preserve our traditions. Here are some posters I like to give as gifts so that you can see how you're supporting this to preserve Olvera Street.
Thank you very much. Valerie Hanley? Valerie Hanley.
Not present.
Not present. Julie Sandoval? And after Julie Sandoval, we'll have Alice Goff.
Good afternoon.
Start.
Am I finished? Good afternoon, honorable committee members. My name is Julie Sandoval, and I've had the pleasure of working for and supporting El Pueblo Monument, as well as the Merchants of Olvera Street since 1991. Being a small department, I've had the unique opportunity to provide administrative support to the monument's several internal divisions, as well as serve as the executive assistant to the commission in both 1999 and 2004. My position was eliminated from the 2009-2010 budget while I was out on medical leave. While the mission of El Pueblo is to highlight and act as stewards of the city's history, I feel we have fallen short. El Pueblo receives over 2 million visitors a year, which generates millions of dollars for the city. We are a revenue-generating department. The budget you have before you contains $900,000 for staffing for the monument, $700,000 of which is for upper management. This is a department that only has 14 full-time regular authority positions in its proposed 2010-2011 budget, 4 of which are vacant. Absent from the budget is funding for the worker bees, the frontline workers, to carry out the department's mission, to execute public programming, promote art and cultural events, to provide educational activities for the 300,000 school children who visit El Pueblo annually. In addition to protecting and preserving the monument's artifact collection, valued at $14 million. Please help us protect the city's birthplace by prioritizing education, events, culture, history, and public safety. Help us provide these vital services for the city by not cutting our jobs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Alice Goff.
Good afternoon, Alice Goff, President of Local 3090, representing the Clerical and Support Services employees. Julie is a longtime member and employee, as she just stated to you, of El Pueblo. And, following on her theme, my question today is, what is El Pueblo de Los Angeles Historical Monument? If it is in fact a historical monument, then the programs that teaches and continues the history of Los Angeles must be continued. In the current budget, the Park Services Attendant 2, who runs the Visitor Center, coordinating the tours for the millions of school children who come there annually, and running the store, was eliminated. The senior clerk typist position, that's Julie, was also eliminated from the budget, and she described to you all of the duties she performed, including coordinating of filming, all of the filming that goes on there at El Pueblo. The 14 positions in the department's new budget includes the general manager, an assistant general manager, with several other levels of top management, while the positions doing the work that keep the monument open as a monument and not a privatized amusement park are laid off. At the committee meeting that was held by Mr. Labange at Olvera Street, the department reported that they would close the year with a budget surplus. So if that is in fact the case, these 2 positions certainly can be restored to this budget, as well as, again, preserving the monument for what it is. Let us look at the positions necessary to perform that work. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Albert Gribble Velasco, and after Mr. Velasco, Angelique Smith.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parks, members of the committee. I rise in opposition to adoption of this current budget that's being proposed. Several issues have arisen around it, namely the opportunity of the El Pueblo Commission to properly peruse and make some suggestions where they feel that there is some improvement. Given the current financial climate in the city, we understand some of the concerns, but one that concerns us the most is not funding our special events. The deletion of that monies in this budget is reprehensible. We know that the Commission, given the opportunity to work through this, could make some more responsible recommendations. We recognize you folks when you yourself and your families come to enjoy the fiestas and the ambiance of Olvera Street, and the thousands of other Angelinos who come every year to deny them this opportunity is reprehensible. You've heard of the duplication of some of the higher salaries that are being paid here. I can't help thinking, and instead of deleting some of the union represented employees that they're talking about, and the historian who reports to the main historian does not do service to the public. We would hope that you would not recommend adoption of this budget, send it back to the El Pueblo Commission so that we have an opportunity to properly spend the time and present a more responsibly drafted document that will fill everybody's needs. We cannot let the general manager assume that he is also the commission and the general manager. The commission was appointed for a reason, to do a job. It has traditionally gone past them, and they have not had the opportunity to do an adequate work on it. So thank you for your time, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Angelique Smith, and then Arnold Sachs.
Hi, I have a handout that I'd like to present to the committee members, please. Good afternoon, honorable committee members. My name is Angelique Smith. I'm El Pueblo Historical Monuments Executive Administrative Assistant 3. I support both the General Manager and the Assistant General Manager of El Pueblo Historical Monument. I also simultaneously serve as the department's in lieu Commission Executive Assistant. I perform all of these jobs for the price of one. I've worked for the great city of Los Angeles for over 11 years. A high-ranking personnel manager informed me that the CAO's budget forecast for the next 10, 20, and 30 years have been made from a strictly monetary, not a personnel perspective. I'm asking you, honorable committee members, to please take a good look at my face and take a good look at the faces of the other employees who are here today speaking out on behalf of our positions, our civil service standing, our Scully rights as a civil servant. We have property rights to our positions. We want to hang on to our positions. We are the faces of the many city employees facing layoff. Thank you.
Mr. Arnold Sachs.
Thank you, and I will be serious. I hope I get a serious response to this. How do you clarify a position at El Pueblo when it's been brought to numerous committees' attention that you have a policy at LAX with a outside vendor who's using city property, paying $27,000 a month to a nonprofit group that was created by authorized taxi cab supervision. The management is getting $27,000 a month, at least, maybe more, from a party that they've picked to rent city property to provide services to drivers. How do you rectify a policy at El Pueblo when you have a policy there that allows an outside company not affiliated with the city to collect money from city property? Maybe I can get a serious answer from the chair of the Budget Committee, because this is a serious question. And it's been going on for not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years, probably 10 years. So you figure that's about over $3 million that's right there in that one piece of property that could have gone to the city and instead is going to an outside private agency that's supposed to be nonprofit. Maybe you could clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. And if I could begin the questioning, and then we'll move on to the other colleagues on the committee. My first question is to the General Manager. Can you let us know what positions, either filled or unfilled, are being deleted from the proposed mayor's budget?
Thank you, Councilman Huizar. Robert Andrade, General Manager for El Pueblo. Personnel authority for the 2010-11 budget goes from 17 to 14. Of the 14, 3 positions are unfunded, effectively reducing funded employees to 11. If we refer to the Blue Book pages, we could get into the detail of that. Your first reduction would be seen on page 198 under Museum and Conservation. The proposed deletion and funding of one regular authority of an El Pueblo Curator 1. Ancillary to that is also a deletion in as-needed funding, about $30,000 in our as-needed, which typically affects our museum guides. If you move over to item number 7 on page 199, marketing and events, you'll see a proposed deletion of one public relations specialist. That's essentially deleting the funding from that position. Subsequently, we move over to page 201 under administrative and commission support. You see a proposed deletion of 2 positions, one management assistant, one accounting clerk 1, and then the deletion of funding and regular authority for an executive administrative assistant 3, and one commission executive assistant 1.
So the 3 actual filled positions are the curator, the public relations specialist in 1, and which one else?
Actually, sir, just a correction. There's 2 currently filled positions that are slated to be laid off.
And which
the administrative executive assistant.
Okay.
3. That's the title. And then the second one is the curator 1 position.
Curator 1, okay. And now, when this mayor's budget comes out, obviously it comes from the mayor's office in consultation with the department and the CAO. Now, are these your proposals? Is this more what the CAO is proposing? Because you're there every day. How do you feel about these 2 positions leaving?
The reduction from 17 to 14 with actually only 3 actual or 11 actual bodies is going to create a severe impact on our administrative support to commission and obviously to executive offices. In addition, I think the net effect of these reductions will also affect our ability to be able to respond to this body, obviously to the mayor's office, to all our stakeholders as well. Operating with 11 positions is, we can do it, we accept the challenge of that, but admittedly, 2 years ago, we had 21 positions. So we are effectively being reduced in half. One of the assumptions that I think is important to understand about this proposed budget is that it does not take into consideration any of the new rent adjustments. So as a result of that, what you find is that El Pueblo, at 11 positions and $1.5 million, it will be entirely special funded. One of the goals of this body, certainly the goal of the mayor's office and our goal, was to come off the general fund, and this budget does that. However, at a dramatic cost for us.
Let me get this straight. So this budget doesn't receive any additional general fund dollars, it's self-sufficient, but it doesn't anticipate the increased revenue from the increased rents.
That is correct, sir. It does assume a number of pieces. There were reductions in general services as well. We worked with the general service. As you know, they receive approximately $2 million from our budget for services. We worked with the General Services Department and reduced approximately 10% of their budget without it affecting the street or the outdoor area of El Pueblo. Really will affect Piscaluz from the maintenance side and from custodial side.
So you found some efficiencies in the maintenance through GSD and the contracting we do with them to provide the services at El Pueblo to find those savings to make El Pueblo self-sufficient?
That is correct.
Okay. What about the curator? What does that position do now, and what are the service impacts?
We have a history division. We have 2 curators and 1 project assistant that provides staff support to that group. The history division principally is responsible for ensuring exhibits, working with outside groups to bring those exhibits on. For instance, most recently, you were in attendance with our joint work with the Congresswoman Roybal Allard's student exhibit. That would be one example of the kind of work that the history division provides. And additionally, they oversee and supervise our museum guides. We have 5 house museums at the site, and they provide museum guide staffing for those museums.
Gotcha. And what about how would you respond to some of the issues raised in public comment today that Pueblo's top-heavy in management? How would you respond to that? Do you think that's a fair assessment? Is it not? How would you respond to that?
Well, I would disagree vehemently. Admittedly, we're all handsomely paid, but we all competed for those jobs, and anybody else who would want them could also compete for them as well. The expertise that I have as an assistant general manager is absolutely critical to me. The way we divide our workload at El Pueblo is my responsibility is to this body, to committees, to our commission, as well as to the mayor's office and other outside groups. I also oversee the administrative portion of our department and the budget. I've tasked my assistant general manager, who brings a wealth of expertise from the state, to oversee the daily events of the events division, our history division, as I mentioned a little bit about what history does, and our critical division, property management. And I tasked her with the responsibility of identifying revenue initiatives that are absolutely critical to us. One of the ways that we were able to come off the general fund for this year is because of her efforts relative to identifying revenue initiatives, including temporary puestos, ATMs, new buildings that are opening up that are critical to us. As a small department, and I think some of our community members alluded to, we don't have the luxury of sitting back and waiting for reports to come to us for us to edit and prepare and then move forward. But as a general manager or an AGM, we roll up our sleeves and we prepare those reports. We do the analysis ourselves. If we have to move tables, we do that as well. We just don't have the luxury of being only executive officers for the department. It is small, and we operate so that everybody wears a lot of different hats. One of the flexibilities that's created by having an assistant general manager is that assistant general manager can work at all kinds of different levels. If I need for them to sit in and participate in property management discussions and rent discussions and negotiations, they can certainly do that. If I have a management assist or a curator, because of the limitations on what they're obligated to do based on civil service rules, they really are constrained with really what that job description provides.
And the $50,000 reduction for for activities, events at El Pueblo, we've been trying to get to a place where there's more activity, more events. It not only helps us promote Los Angeles and the positive fallout from that, but it also brings more people spending their money with the merchants, which means more sales tax revenue for the city, et cetera. So I think that proposal is counterproductive to what we want to accomplish at Pueblo. So I didn't understand that reduction.
I think, and I agree with you, Councilman. I believe to the extent that we can have more events, that's all very, very important. And if by way of a little bit of advertising, since we don't have a marketing budget, I want to remind everybody here that starting tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., we'll be celebrating Cinco de Mayo at El Pueblo, both on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 9, but also on Sunday, and then, next Wednesday on Cinco de Mayo, we'll also have events, and we welcome all of you to attend. But more to your point, I guess one of the options that this body might want to consider is, as we move forward with the new rents, we could certainly work closely with the CAO's office, CLA, your office, and the mayor, that as those dollars roll in, we would most certainly contemplate the idea of allocating $50,000 of those new rent revenues towards that end. We would obviously have to take that to our commission for their final consideration, but to me that makes infinite sense.
Okay, two more points to cover. The first is obviously the rent increases. And just want to know your thinking. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you to say that we were able to make El Pueblo self-sufficient without the rent increases. We always thought that we were depending on those rent increases to make El Pueblo self-sufficient. So some creative budgeting efficiencies were found. That's very good news, and you should be applauded for that.
Thank you.
But on the other hand, I want to know your thinking that we are moving forward with rent increases. I understand, at least from my point of view, not from the Commission's point of view or from your point of view, that we haven't settled what those rent increases would be. I certainly don't think we've settled what they are. I think in your view and the Commission's view, you do think you've settled on some numbers. I've expressed to you and through the media my concern that we rushed to judgment on what those rent increases would be. As you very well know, this committee has been asking for rent increases for over a year so that we do make El Pueblo self-sufficient. The merchants have been asking for their own rent increases. They knew it was coming because they knew they needed to finalize their leases. But I was a bit concerned about only the way we gave them a take-it-or-leave-it proposal, that I don't think it was justified, fair, or the way to treat tenants that have put their time, effort, sweat into El Pueblo. So be that as it may, what's your thinking now that we have a self-sufficient El Pueblo through this budget, but yet we're going to have rent increases sometime soon? What are we going to do with that new revenue? What is the thinking?
I appreciate your comments, and I know this has been an arduous effort on the part of our offices and certainly your offices as well, and the support of the mayor and the city attorney. And I think it's important that the rents that are being increased, it really is contrary to what is discussed or the perception that rents that are not being increased to support El Pueblo's cost. They really are being increased because of an independent third-party real estate study that determined what those rents were. And really what prompted this beyond our analysis and looking at it was a 2009 audit by the city controller that said you really should be moving in that direction, and we took that to heart. The increases, of course, would be used to support El Pueblo or could be used to support El Pueblo, but that's not the reason why the increases are occurring. The real estate firm never considered what our budget is and how many positions that we have and back into those numbers. That's not really the approach that they took. And I think it's also important that in this process, we're not interested, this department, and I publicly affirm that we're not interested in replacing anybody on the street. We're not interested in bringing in any franchises, any Taco Bells, or any other like-minded businesses. That's not our intent. We see ourselves as stewards of El Pueblo. We recognize that the state general plan requires us to conduct our business in a certain light, and we do so, and we take that very, very seriously. And I want to be absolutely certain, and I want to be absolutely absolute in my comments that we have an opportunity for those businesses who have a hardship, that we're willing to sit down and work with that, and a third party would look at that as well. We're not interested in replacing anybody. Their successes are our successes, and we recognize that. More to your point, and specifically to your question about what could those funds be used for, obviously any recouping...
Well, let me ask a question. I'm assuming that the revenue realized from those rent increases will stay within El Pueblo. Is that accurate, or would it go to the general fund?
Based on our ordinance, they would go into our trust fund. That's correct.
In the El Pueblo budget?
El Pueblo Trust Fund, correct.
So what do you plan to do, and how much do you anticipate you will realize from the increased rents?
Well, I anticipate approximately $1 million. That's based on the current market rates. Should there be an additional study that is legitimate, one of the things that we were looking forward to was a counter proposal that never materialized, and that we were quite disappointed at that. But more specifically to your question, those revenues would go towards sustaining our department. My concern would be the positions that are now being eliminated. I would like to fill those positions, or at least have those positions back. As much as I'm not interested in removing anybody from the street, I am not nor am I interested in having any layoffs in my department. The employees that we have are important. They're important to our operation. I value their contribution. We're faced with these critical decisions.
Thank you very much. And I know there's a lot more we could talk about on this subject, on this item. I do, however, want to open it up to my colleagues, and also we have a number of other departments on the agenda today. So let me ask one final question, and this is to the CAO. I know when we were doing our initial discussions on the budget, we proposed a number of creative ideas on how to move forward with realizing long-term savings in the city and efficiencies. One of those was to look at the governance of El Pueblo, and the council approved that moving forward. Where are we? What are the next steps? Will we further see a report back, and when will we see a report back about the different options? And what we're doing here is just talking about options. We're not saying we're going in one way or another yet, or if we even do, we may look at all the options and say, we're going to stay with what we have, and with $1 million more in revenue coming to El Pueblo, maybe we see those improvements that we would like to see. So where are we with that report, and when do we get that back?
We issued a preliminary report about a month ago where we outlined the committee that my office chairs, and working with the mayor's office, working with obviously the El Pueblo general manager, what other options we could pursue, and we put in the list a variety of different things to consider, including pursuing having a separate nonprofit sort of be the overseer of a management, everything from a possible bid type of model, and a variety of different alternatives. What we're doing now is we're researching other similar type of venues throughout the country and trying to establish what has worked, what hasn't worked in other parts, and then come back with a recommendation. We're looking at if we were to pursue an alternative model, would that require some kind of RFP, or could we do that directly negotiating with an entity that would be interested. I think the overall goal is having El Pueblo be self-sufficient is part of the goal, and it's important to clarify that there's still a related cost that the general fund covers even under the proposed budget. But I think that the real goal, from what I understand from your comments through the motion and the other members, is that we really want to find a model that makes the place more vibrant, brings the kind of marketing and the kind of attention to this historic place that maximizes it as a venue. And so those are the various alternatives they're looking at. We're hoping to have a final report in the next several weeks. I don't anticipate that there'll be enough information to change the outcome of your budget process. And if we were to pursue an alternative model, that will obviously take some time. And so my recommendation would be that whatever budget your council approves, that it be done sort of in isolation of the secondary process, and we look at that alternative model if your council will want to pursue that in the following year, in terms at least within the context of a budget.
Okay, thank you very much. My final thoughts on this is on the rent increases. I know I've expressed a different opinion from the Commission and the General Manager. I still believe we have not finalized those rent increases. I hope that when the merchants, their own research is completed by Grubb & Ellis and their own proposed market rates, we find something that, they may agree with the report you did. We don't know what's there, but I think it's worth waiting to see what that market study realizes and perhaps come up with something that makes sense for everybody.
You have my commitment to the Grubb & Ellis, so we would be more than happy to review that in concert.
Thank you very much. And secondly, on the particular cuts for this year, we are going to realize additional revenue, but I don't think we could, through the rent increases, but I don't think we could count that towards the revenue in El Pueblo. I would, however, as we proceed through this, see if we could maneuver some funds to put back the $50,000. I think we already don't have any marketing for Pueblo, and to do away with all the events that they do now. And it's not so much only, I know we've been cutting back throughout our budget in general throughout the city on events, but if you look at the events that occur at El Pueblo, they're not only for purposes that we see other events throughout the city, but it's for real, it's strategic in that we're going to realize more sales tax through our bringing people to El Pueblo, so it helps us as well. And finally, on the bigger issue of the governance, I look forward to receiving that additional research that CAO's office is doing. We know what we want to do there. We want to see if there's another way of continuing the character and ambience that currently exist with the history and tradition of El Pueblo, but having more activity, more additional marketing that we don't have now, so that we realize a lot more events and a lot more of people knowing what El Pueblo is all about. So, any questions from Mr. Rosendahl?
Just a quick one. When you talked on page 199, you talked about reduced services. I just want to make sure, you say this will result in the elimination of funding for traditional events at El Pueblo, which of course is very upsetting to hear that. Traditional events is what it's all about. It's the history and the birthplace of our great area. So I want an answer to that. And then the other part of that same, it says, and reduce support for filming and special events. Well, we want filming there. Obviously, it's business in L.A. So explain how this will impact traditional events, filming, and special events.
Sure, absolutely. And Councilman Huizar alluded to the $50,000 reduction. The way it currently operates is that we execute an agreement with a group called the Traditional Events Oversight Committee. A number of members are here in the audience today. With those $50,000, they sponsor and provide approximately 7 to 9 events. Some of these, the Blessing of the Animals, the Virgen de Guadalupe, et cetera, et cetera. So based on this budget, those events are not funded. There are alternative ways to approach that, of course, and that would be, should our commission contemplate requiring requests for proposal, where we could contract those events out, that's an option. The other option may be, should a portion of those funding be made available, that we may want to create a matching fund where the city provide $25,000 and the Traditional Events Committee might match that at $25,000 in recognition that everybody is having to tighten their belts a bit. With respect to filming, it really is in relation to that one public relations specialist position. That position will be eliminated from our DPO. That public relations specialist position clearly would be used for marketing and to assist our events division, whose primary focus for me and his instructions from me is filming. We generate approximately $300,000 a year, which helps to supplement our revenue. It is a revenue stream. And we have very good relationship with production companies, and will continue to do so, sir.
Okay, so I just want to get my comfort level up. I do not want to see a reduction in supporting traditional events. I don't want to see a reduction in supporting filming. So be creative, think out of the box, and continue going forward with those projects and multitask, have people take a piece of this and a piece of that. You can continue that, but I just don't like to see it in writing that this will result in the elimination of funding for traditional events. I mean, come on, that's what it's all about, in part. And then, of course, the filming, you just mentioned that it brings in $300,000. So when you come back and you report back, show us how that will not happen. Though you'll have less money, but how you're going to multitask or have other people involved or partnership or whatever. Because I don't want to see these traditional events not continue. When I saw the lady with the red rose, I mean, that really brought me back to the history of El Pueblo, 4 generations of a family there. I mean, this is beautiful. And whatever we can do to keep the traditional events must happen. So we want to see that comfort level come back. And obviously, when you talk $300,000 for filming, it's the multiplier effect that the film industry has for all jobs in LA. So one person, a specialist type, isn't the beginning and the end of making those things happen. So please, I don't want to see a reduction in anything. I want you to find creative ways to make it happen.
We'll be creative as we can, sir.
Thank you. That's it.
I have a question. As I'm looking at your TO, you have a couple of senior accountants, and you have some people also that do property management. Well, how does that function, property management function, different than what General Services does in property management?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Property management. You do your own property management, you don't have General Services do it?
General Services does not get involved with El Pueblo for a number of reasons.
Okay, so you do it all by yourself?
We do it all by ourselves.
And how many people are involved in that function?
We have a real estate associate. We have 3 people.
3 people?
Correct.
For how many lessors?
We have 78 lessors, 27 historic buildings, 5 museums, 22 acres.
Okay. And then you have, how many do an accounting work?
We have 2 that do accounting work.
Just 2 accountants?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Let me just ask, from CAO, on the projected revenues, does that take into account our projection of what rent increases would include?
No, the revenue projections does not assume the rent increases.
Okay, so the other issue I wanted to find out, is there support from other departments such as Rec and Park and such at that facility? And what do they, with Rec and Park or any other, what else do they do to support it?
There are 2 departments that provide vital support for us. Recreation and Parks does the lawns, if you will, the gardening, the medium, Sarah Park, which is just separates between the monument proper and separated by Los Angeles Street. So they do the gardening and that work. $100,000.
Do you pay that to them?
Yes, we do, sir.
Right, so that
General Services then provides a security, 24/7 security through contracted. They provide maintenance and custodial 24/7, parking. They manage 5 parking lots for us, and we work with them on that. So their budget, I believe, I'm going to...
Is that something you pay, or that's in their budget?
We pay for it all, sir.
Okay. Did you mention, maybe I misunderstood, did you say earlier that you do something within your own department because of...
The property management.
So General Services does your parking lot and your security, but they do not do your property management.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, did they do it at one time?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so you've always done property management?
Since I've been there, yes.
Okay, and then all the other services that the city provides, you pay it out of the income that or the city's budget, or they provides to you?
It comes from the El Pueblo's Trust Fund, and in our Schedule 43, I don't happen to know the page offhand, it would show the appropriation to Recreation and Parks, to General Services, and then to our Fund 100.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO, could you give us a report back? I have a concern, and Mr. Smith hit on a little bit on it, that we have a department that is basically pretty well localized in one area, and we have a total of 14 people. Most of them are experts in dealing with accounting and a variety of things, but whether there is some ability to pare down that workforce. I think in this budget they're talking about 3 people, but to look at a department of 14 people and have a general manager and then a assistant general manager, and I think during one budget process they were asking for a second assistant general manager, to just look at that whole composition and determine whether there's some cost saving or job mergers, or whether there are other departments that can provide the services that are within this area. So we get a report back on that.
Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, not too many questions, just a couple thoughts. And obviously this is far away from my district, but it's one of the city's most important cultural and historic resources. And I just wanted to add my voice of concern in terms of the businesses that are there, which are unique, but many of them are also very marginal. So I'm nervous that even though we said we don't want to wind up with a bunch of Taco Bells, obviously there is a way that we could maximize revenue and do it horribly and wind up with some very generic businesses there, when the ones that are there now are very unique. But sometimes you look at them and you say, how can they even be in business? What they're selling is very marginal. They could barely be making it. So I'm very concerned about what we do with the rents, and that we don't overcharge them, even though a reasonable rent, anything close to a market rent, might be overcharging a business that is not making it by very much. And I think it's a mix of businesses that, from my point of view, is somewhat miraculous, and I hope we don't do much to damage that. Also, I'm concerned about losing events, because I think that is part of what brings people to the area and what makes them aware of it, and would help build on greater success rather than going in the opposite direction. So if we can find some way to add some funding for the events, if we can find some way to find a modest amount of funding to make sure that the staffing for the services that are necessary are there, I'm certainly open to looking for a way to do that.
Thank you. Well, thank you, and I think what we're going to expect is a report back on, at least you heard it expressed by 3 committee members, that the special events, we should try to find ways to reinstate that, if not increase it. Secondly, Mr. Parks hit on this, but another way, if you could also include my question into that report back, which is there an appropriate management versus rank and file balance that can be struck? If you could do an analysis on that and report back to us as well. And finally, we are more than likely going to see increased revenue coming to this department next fiscal year. We just don't know what that is. And we are deleting 2 positions because we are in a downtime. It sounds like these are 2 positions that do provide service and value. The curator, there's a lot of events there. Somebody needs to put up the art or do other things like that. That position is important. The executive administrative assistant, sounded to me like the general manager says this is important because it provides communication with the rest of the departments. We could also get a report back on those 2. We could fund those, but we don't have the money now, but why delete them now if they may be able to afford those next year and they may be valuable? So if you could do an analysis on that and see there's a possibility of saving those positions as well.
We'll do that.
Let me ask you another question. Recently, Mr. Resort put a motion together, and the council approved it, about I guess, cool-off period for mediation. What was the end result of that, and what came out of that mediation?
We did forward to you, April 27th, a letter from our office in response to the councilman's motion. There have been several meetings that we've had with all the parties, including the mayor's office in Council District 14, the city attorney's office, and our office relative to that. The critical piece that the councilman asked for was the criteria used by our commission to determine the length of proposed term leases with Olvera Street tenants, and the report released by my office on April 27th outlines that for you. So it was directed back to, I believe, Arts and Parks, and also to this committee.
We don't have that report with us. Could you tell us what the sum and substance of it was?
Certainly. The substance was, what we did is conducted a survey with the General Services Department and Recreation and Parks, both of whom have asset management sections that manage concession agreements. And what our survey found with General Services was that they have 45 concession spaces, 39 have concession agreements, 6 are vacant. The majority of the agreements are on month-to-month terms right now. 29 are retail space, 16 are located throughout various city facilities. GSD intends to let an RFP out for those holdover month to month, but the proposed length and term is 5 years with a 5-year option at market rate. Recreation and Parks has 54 concession spaces. 34 are in various stages of the RFP. Of the 34 concessions, 14 are similar to Olvera Street, meaning 12 are restaurants and cafes, and 2 are retail. And according to Recreation and Parks, the proposed current terms for those RFPs are 5 years with 2 5-year options at the discretion of the city. On June 24th, this council approved a lease agreement between the department and business owner of the operation of the Cafe Simpson Jones building. That's Council File 074172. The commission previously approved the lease terms, and the term for the approved agreement with Cafe Camacho, if you will, was 5 years with a 5-year, second 5-year option. Additionally, that business owner invested $265,000 in tenant improvements. And on January 2010, our commission authorized me to continue to negotiate Olvera Street with Olvera Street merchants. And what our commission contemplated, such factors as the historic nature of Olvera Street, its unique character and special environment as determined by the general plan. Given these features, the commission approved to me a 10-year with a second 10-year option. So it essentially doubles. This is the criteria that was used and was forwarded to this.
Maybe I misunderstood, maybe I didn't make it clear. I thought the motion asked for a cooling off period on the mediation on the rents.
That cooling off period, we're cooling off right now.
I know, but I'm saying, what happened to the mediation? Did we have it?
There is. I don't recall that the motion asked for mediation, but it did ask for a cooling off period.
If I could summarize, Mr. Parks, we did ask for it, and as you are aware, we cannot demand that the commission follow that 30-day cooling off period. We asked for it. They decided not to follow our request. There was some initial conversation that they're going to move forward with the increasing their rents. And right now is the first time I hear from the general manager that there will be some time now to allow for that negotiation to go on. So although initially the commission disagreed with our request for a 30-day cooling off period, it sounds like they're doing that now, and the general manager is going to have some more discussions with the merchants about the appropriate rate of increases for the rents. They are awaiting the results of the merchants' own market study to see and compare that with what the general manager's market study said.
Do we have a rationale of why they did not do as the council asked?
I believe they took up the council's direction or request, and they, because of a timed situation, the commission voted and chose not to act on the matter.
Do you have a rationale?
I believe their rationale was to move forward with the rents.
That's their action. Do you have a rationale as to why they ignored the council?
I do not, sir.
We have a commissioner in the room, maybe we could ask him. Mr. Louis, I think you were also in the majority of those commissioners who decided not to follow the request by the council for the 30-day cooling-off period. Maybe Mr. Parks is asking a question, what was the intent or the rationale by the commission used by not following the council's direction?
Yes, sir. David Louis, Commissioner with the El Pueblo Historic Monument Authority. We actually considered a cooling-off period 1 week before the council made the recommendation, vetted it, had thorough discussions, and concluded that it was not the direction to go.
And could you tell us why?
The discussions on rent increases have been looked at for the past year, have included the mayor's office, the general manager's office, the CLA, the merchants, and it was an item that had been thoroughly investigated and discussed. It had become time to simply move forward with the action, a painful action, something that has been kicked around for about a quarter of a century. Other commissions.
So let me ask you this, let me interrupt you. If it's been going on for a quarter century, 30 days would have caused what?
Pardon me?
If it's been going on for a quarter of a century, what would another 30 days do as it relates to following what the council asked?
The challenge is this, that the increase, as painful as it is, needed to be moved forward forcefully without flinching. That from a negotiation standpoint, to indicate that there could be a delay, that outside influences could stall this increase, would not be beneficial to the city.
Okay. So are you familiar with Proposition H?
I am.
Okay. Is there some language in there that expressed the vote of the public as to what they believe that the activities and that particular venue represents to the city?
Absolutely.
Okay. Does it talk about the historical nature and not changing the character of it?
Bernard, that is something I subscribe to.
Okay, I'm saying, but is that your understanding of what guides the city of LA as relates to that particular facility?
Yes, sir.
Venue? Okay. Now, you've given us the process, but we haven't quite gotten what is the base rationale other than what I got out of it, you just didn't want to do it.
Oh, the rationale for doing it.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I think the mission to provide the historic, cultural history, celebrate the diversity of the city of Los Angeles is the first priority. I believe that as a department, we have a responsibility, and as a commission, we have a responsibility to carry that out. In reviewing, and this is over a 4-year period, the undercharging of rents below market rate has created a department and a facility that in many ways is almost laughable.
Okay. Let me ask you, do you understand the role of the council as it relates to the existence of the commission and the department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand the council somewhat has a say in your budget?
Yes.
Okay. And so we've asked you for a 30-day period, and you rationalized that it wasn't significant enough to consider?
We had considered it.
Then you rejected it. So you said, let's have a trial and then hang them.
We considered it prior to the recommendation coming to us. We looked at the opportunity to provide a cooling-off period.
Okay. Let me just say this. I don't appreciate the fact that you didn't follow the council's agenda, and I think it's important to realize that we did not take that lightly, to put a motion forward, that there was thoughts that it was important to allow both sides to come to some conclusion. And if we've been working on this for 25 years, 30 days would not have hampered it. I know I stood up and said what my concerns were, and hopefully they were related to the commission, that although we believe that we should get to some point of having market rate, we should not do it overnight, because none of us in this room could stand a 100% increase in our rent starting the first of next month. We have to be considerate of these businesses and also the culture that's been established in the long-term benefit it has for the city. And so I'm just disappointed that the commission failed to follow what we asked, which we didn't view as being significant, but certainly could have hampered our ability to get to some conclusion. And so I don't know how else to explain it, except if the council asked for something, it would appear that although by charter we can't direct you, but on the other hand, I think from common sense it would relate that if you're now here monitoring your budget, you'd have to acknowledge we have some say about how your department runs now and in the future.
You know, speaking of common sense, the approach was a common sense approach in that the 30-day cooling off period has actually been provided for.
Yeah, well, I think the council, we knew that, and the council asked for an additional, and I think it was this very small ask that wasn't forthcoming.
And in fact, I think before any types of rate increases will occur, at least 60 days will have passed, and that was taken into consideration to allow the cooling off period. One comment, we speak in terms of 100%, 200%, 300%, 1,000% increase. When you break it down and take a look at it on a daily basis, some of the tenants are paying as little as $3 a day. Okay, $3 a day, 1,000% increase means they're paying $30 a day.
But let me say this: if they're paying $3 a day, and depending on what their revenue is, $30 a day could bankrupt them just as well as somebody paying $1,000 that you move it to $2,000.
I think
I think the issue that I'm trying to get to you is that there are some special needs that were clearly identified in Prop H. The expectation is the commission would be sensitive to those, and the key thing for me anyway is that you could raise the rents and make less money, because you could end up completely changing the character of that particular venue, and at the end of the day you'd have a ledger that said the rents are higher, but there's no businesses there, there's no community there, there are no visitors there. And I think that's the sensitivity that we would hope the commission would carry.
And that's the sensitivity that we have developed and that we have promoted. And I think it's important to penetrate beyond looking at what appears to be a challenging and difficult business environment. My background is public accounting. I am a CPA. I worked for the Department of Commerce, counseling small businesses. I was a small business owner as well. I think it's important that when you look at the businesses, you pierce that veil and take a look at the profitability. I think you will be shocked, literally shocked, at the multimillionaires that are part of that tenant mix.
Well, let me just say this, sir. It's clear that I'm not getting over, so the only comment that I'll make is that it's clear that you're an accountant, it's clear you counted the numbers, but it's clear you do not have the sensitivity necessary to maintain that venue as it was intended. And that's my last comment. So thank you very much for being here.
I appreciate your last comment, and I will share with you that I want to maintain that facility in the best way that it can, and that those facilities should be enhanced, and that a $110 million subsidy for tenant rents is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And any other questions or comments on this item? I do want to say, Mr. Andrade, I'm very happy to hear that you are going to work with the merchants now and wait until they come out with their study, which is going to be any day now, so that we get to something that makes sense. If anything, the merchants were only asking to be heard. And what we did as a council when we asked for those 30 days was simply to say that we have a large say in this. Eventually, those leases the amount of rents that we charge is going to come to council. We wanted to be involved at the front end so that we disagree with them, it's not at the back end. And we wanted that cooling off period so that negotiation does occur and it is a more peaceful approach to it. The commissioner used the word forceful, and when you use that force to force these new rent increases on the merchants, you're going to get the result that we have today. You have merchants who are protesting, flyers, calling the media to bring attention to possible evictions. This was a expected outcome from the process that we've had so far. So I think we're on the right path now, and I think we'll get to a point where we all agree and all stakeholders have a say on what the rent increases will be. And so hopefully your word today will be kept and we'll be on a better path to resolve this very difficult issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next department is Cultural Affairs.
Did you read it all the way? It's ridiculous.
Just a minute. We have several cards on public comment. Terrence McFarland, if you all come up to the podium, it would be helpful and we could save time. Terrence McFarland, Michael Alexander, John, is it Galloway or Galloway? Christopher Moody, Danielle Brasil, Terry Wolverston, Janine Perron. Could all come up to the podium and give your name as you get ready to speak.
Good afternoon, Chair, Parks, and Council members. I'm Terrence McFarland. I reside in District 1 and work in District 9. I run LA Stage Alliance, a performing arts service organization working with over 500 arts organizations, reaching at least 2.25 million constituents annually. I speak to the proposal to remove funds from the Cultural Affairs grants budget to fund specific groups from the general fund. I urge the committee to maintain the fair and equitable peer panel review process currently employed. While I champion the work of all arts organizations, I fear that this proposal would mean that these small yet significant grants from the department would vanish for 35 worthy organizations. Arts organizations leverage city dollars with contributions from individuals, businesses, and foundations, $1 typically generating an additional 8. Arts jobs are real jobs. Let's not have this proposal lead to the elimination of arts programs and the real jobs behind the programs of the 35 organizations which would no longer make the cut. The department is creative, innovative, and responsive. Arts organizations voluntarily returned $214,000 to the general fund in the current fiscal year, and the department has raised millions of dollars from outside sources to support their programs. I urge the committee and the individual council offices to work with the department to ensure delivery of arts programs in each individual council district. But please decline the proposal to eliminate funds from the Department of Cultural Affairs grants budget. Thank you for your leadership and your support.
Hi there, I'm Michael Alexander, Executive Director of Grand Performances. I live in the 14th District and work in the 9th and serve audiences from every one of your districts. But I'm also the State Assembly's appointee to the California Arts Council, and I'm here to speak to the issue of earmarking specific dollars in the budget and circumventing the grants program. I've seen that happen at the state level, where legislators and the governor were able to put items into the budget, and if it's successful this year, I can promise you that arts organizations throughout the city are going to be bombarding your offices, I'll be among them, to talk to you about putting us in as line-itemed programs rather than going through what has been a very successful, equitable grants program that uses professionals from within the arts community and others who know about the arts to judge the quality of the arts organizations and do an equitable distribution of funds throughout the city. So I urge you to return us back to the program that lets the arts the Department of Cultural Affairs manage the entire grants program. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Galogli. I'm from Theater West in Los Angeles. I reside in Councilman Huizar's district, and my theater is located in Mr. Labange's district. I know many of you personally, and have even worked on some of your campaigns. And I've never asked any of you for a penny for my theater separate from the grants programs that we have. We have grants programs for children that come from all across the city, and I think that what separates the United States from Afghanistan and other countries is that we believe in process. The process of democracy is that you decide to set up a system in which grants are equitably distributed among all of the organizations, among all of your districts that apply, and it's not a system of patronage or a system that comes from one person giving money. I would urge you to return back the money to the Department of Cultural Affairs so that they can apply a fair and equitable process so that all areas of the city are represented. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Christopher Moody, Engineers and Architects, Labor Representative. Dipping into discretionary funds to rehire art instructors may appear worthy, but personal service contracts lack so many things. No vacation, sick benefits, health, no guarantee of employment, no employee contract. If funds can be found to employ, employees should be retained. We need to protect and preserve our commitments to our family of city workers. The EAA has partnered with LAWA to assist in the retention of displaced employees that have limited job movement mobility. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Danielle Brazel. I'm the Executive Director of Arts for LA. About 400 emails have been sent to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, committee today, asking your help in maintaining the integrity of the grants program. The $415,000 that the mayor is proposing to take out of the fund funds only 4 organizations, and it would essentially defund 35 other worthy organizations. We really need your help in maintaining process. One of our founding fathers said that we are a country of laws, not men. And so if we keep usurping our policies, then how do we ensure that the residents and the visitors of our great city have equitable access based on criteria, not on favoritism? DCA has taken a lot of hits, guys, and I'm not here to advocate for a department. I'm here to advocate for arts and culture in our city. From a proposal to take away the TOT tax allocation to the department, which is the only source of revenue that the department gets, earlier a couple months ago, to what we're seeing with the lease policy, to what we're seeing with these art centers. I know that you are in a tough situation, but I want you to be mindful that the department has brought in over $3.3 million since we have had new leadership. We have had great international exchanges with Arco Madrid and Guadalajara. That brings additional tourists to Los Angeles. We also have a cultural master plan that's just about to be released. So let's maintain the policies that we have in place for this department. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Terry Wolverton, Janine Perron, Janine Watkins, Mark Selby.
I'm sorry. We just arrived.
What is your name?
Janine Watkins.
Okay.
Hello, Olga. I want to take my 2 minutes to advocate for the arts. This city is a tourist town. Cultural tourism from around the world comes, and that's your leading industry. We cannot afford to cut the arts. We cannot afford to have favoritism in a time when you are cutting budgets across the board. Olga's got a very hard job to do, and I respect her for having to take the brunt of this. I'm here also to advocate for Watts, because before this budget cut, we were already at a severe deficit. So I'm here in solidarity to all of the arts institutions. I also want to say to the mayor that it's not necessarily fair to send that $415,000, even though I go to the Pan-African Film Festival and I've gone to that Latino museum. We need to be fair and we need to be equitable. And today I just want to say that the Watts community has come together because the nonprofits of Watts want to support the city during a time when there's a deficit. So we're looking to come with added support in regards to our nonprofits to buffer the deficit that we're about to face. And so that conversation we're hoping that the mayor will have with us. And I commend you, gentlemen, in the Budget and Finance Committee, and I hope that you do the right thing and advocate for the arts, for our children, for the city of Los Angeles. And I thank you for receiving me today, because we almost didn't make it. Thank you.
What's your daughter's name? What's your daughter's name?
Excuse me? This
Your
is,
daughter?
well, she'll tell you. This is your first, don't be shy. Okay, wait. They just want to know your name. Your name.
Stage fright.
Her name is Judea Watkins. She's 4 years old, and she's an artist. I have 6 children. She's my 7th, and I have 4 artists in my house. And so we advocate for the artists because they're the healers and the creators. So we thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Come on, we
I've
can...
called this a couple of times. Terry Wolverton, are you here? Janine Perron,
Can't believe
Mark Seldy.
that's a tough act to follow. Hi, my name is Mark Seldis, and I'm a proud resident of the 8th District. I'm the producing director of Ghost Road Company and a production manager for education programs at the Music Center. As a native Angelino who's worked with the smaller nonprofit arts community for over 20 years, I've seen firsthand how important cultural affairs grants have been, not only in enabling us to do our work, but also in leveraging other grants and individual donations. In addition, the grant application process continually challenges us to improve ourselves artistically, organizationally, and in fundraising, marketing, and community outreach. Ironically, yesterday when I was waiting to say those words, I didn't realize that my organization was on the chopping block. It was one of the organizations whose existing grant for next year is scheduled to be eliminated. Our DCA support specifically helps us secure this match funding from the county, from individual donors, from international organizations. This cut puts all of that in jeopardy. And finally, I know that the council cares deeply about the arts and cultural health of our city, and I encourage you to work with the DCA to envision a great future. Thank you.
Janelle Versil, Jim McQuiston, and is it Galilee? Okay, Mr. McQuiston, I think you're the last speaker.
Jim McQuiston. I'm a folk dancer, so I go to lots of different events that Cultural Affairs sponsors. And also, if you go up to the Music Center, you'll see our name all over all those buildings. And Mr. Alexander gets a lot of our money. But what I came up here to talk about was not whether or not they should be funded, because that's something that the executive does and we don't have any control over it. What I really wanted to emphasize was the fact that Article 9 in the charter, neighborhood councils, they were supposed to be the private attorney generals. And when the council and the mayor have a standoff, then the neighborhood councils step in and maybe ask a judge to decide the controversy. And they cannot do that the way the ordinance is constructed. In other words, the Article 9 has not been instituted properly. And I want to point that out before we talk about neighborhood councils, but I do want to say these problems do come up all the time. And we've had many outside people that reconciled them. And they do have the cachet because they're not part of the city that people believe what they're doing. Unfortunately, because I think the city does things as well as it can, but we do need this outside, you might say mediator, you might say decider, because the charter, as you saw with the standoff between El Pueblo and the council here, Budget Finance Committee, we do need an outside person to do that, and we have one in the charter if it's used.
Thank you very much. Douglas Eberhardt. You ready to kick it off?
Good afternoon, committee members. Doug Epperhart, Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council. I had to get up here and say a few words after seeing Ms. Watkins and her daughter from Watts. At its meeting this past couple weeks, the Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council endorsed as much funding as possible for cultural affairs. Our council was recognized as one of the uncommon angels by Bank Commissioner Karen Mack's organization because of our support for the arts. In our motion, we specifically mentioned Watts and the Watts Towers and the work that's being done there. In our area, we have the Warner Grand Theater that we want to make sure is not shuttered on July 1 because it is not only a place of great events and great culture in our community, it is a major driver for economic development in downtown San Pedro. I know because I go there, I take my kids there, and I always eat dinner at a restaurant. So I'm doing my bit not just for the arts, but for some sales tax revenue too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, you'll kick off the question.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Could you, do you want to give a little overview, or can we go right to questions? Go right to questions, okay? Let me start with that. Okay, you know, what we know this will mean is that 15 regular authority positions will be delete funding in regular authority.
Correct.
How did you pick the ones you wanted to do that with, or how did that come about?
Well, as you know, positions or layoff rules are that it's categories or classes.
Right.
And so, as you guys were talking yesterday with the Recreation and Parks Department about strategies in these very difficult economic times to keep programs and facilities operating, we decided that we would go out to bid and try to find arts organizations that would be capable of managing and programming a number of the art centers and theaters that we currently operate.
Right.
So we were trying to make the best of a very difficult situation. We had a lot of discussion with the CAO's office and the mayor's office, and it was decided that if we were going to partner out these art centers and theaters, that then the people who currently work in those locales would be the ones that would be chosen to get laid off. As you probably know, this was not a completely seamless process because it takes a long time to issue the RFPs. Currently, there is discussion within the Budget and Finance Committee as to cost capture of market rate rents. There's talk about asking these groups to pay for utilities and maintenance, et cetera. And so until that policy is determined by the committee and then the council, we can't issue an RFP because we don't know what the terms are.
Okay. Well, just quickly for the record, for the public watching this who don't have the big books and all of that, what are the 3 art centers and the 4 theaters?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What are the three art centers?
Oh, sorry,
And what
yes.
are the four theaters?
Okay, so it's Barnesdale Art
Barnesdale,
Center,
okay.
Barnesdale Junior Art Center,
Okay.
and the William Grant Still Art Center. And then the theaters are the Madrid Theater, the Municipal Gallery Theater in Barnesdale, the Warner Grand, and when it comes online, the Vision Theater, which is currently under renovation, but at the point that it's ready to open to the public.
Okay, so when you contract out or partnership and create it and take this, staff issue, and obviously it's unfortunate for those individuals, but what about those centers and theaters? The goal is to make them as vibrant in that partnership with an RFP to a private sector as it is today. Explain that real quickly.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the goal is to keep programs and activities that serve the localities where these theaters and art centers are currently operating served. And again, it's a sort of a difficult situation because I understand that, that means that certain individuals are going to lose their employment, but at the same time, if we can viably find partner organizations that have the capitalization needed to manage and program these centers in a viable way, then, it's the second, it's Plan B.
Well, because the point we want the public to know that these venues will be open, these venues will be vibrating. They might not be run by a city worker, but they'll be with community people. You'll go through an RFP process where it'll be all put out there. Everybody can participate in that process. And in no way should it diminish the value of the four theaters or the three art centers. It might even enhance them.
That's the goal.
Okay.
That's the
And so
vision.
as you go through that process, you'll be bringing that back and forth to us.
Absolutely.
So there's no way the community interest here could be disturbed if, in fact, they're involved in the process, the public is aware of every step of the way, and that, there are a lot of good people out there that might get very excited about this.
My big concern as a general manager and as a person responsible for this department is that we continue to offer services and programs in the best possible manner. Sure. And if that can be accomplished by partnering with another organization, so be it. Having said that, my big concern is, are there organizations out there with the appropriate capitalization that will allow that to happen in every single
It's
place?
everybody's concern, but let's assume that the strategy of the outreach for this, the marketing of this, brings good people in, and that we feel comfortable. And if we don't, you'll bring it to our attention.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's it with my question.
Let me just clarify one thing before Mr. Kretz starts his questioning. When you mentioned earlier on the nonprofit, I just hope that we get the right information out to the public. What is being proposed is the council comes up with a policy that will clean up somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million square feet of buildings that are out in the environment, that they ensure that the nonprofits have legitimate nonprofits, that they are also looking at what, if they are complying with the lease agreements, that they also have the ability to maintain the building. The expectation is no one in the next year or so is going to be asked to leave their building. So we need not to advise people of that as though we can't give them a grant because we don't know their current situation, because in the motion that, or in the committee report that deals with that issue, it specifically says, upon completing of this policy approval, the city attorney, the general services, and the concerned council office will meet with every tenant to discuss how their lease issues are going to be dealt with. And in there are opt-outs to allow organizations that have a direct relationship with the city to be treated just as we deal with organizations that buy surplus property. So if you feel that you're hindered in dealing with grants for this year, I don't think that is the current situation.
No, I'm sorry. The grants issue and the facilities issue are two separate
But the way you combine them, that people won't know what their current situation is, so we can't move forward on the amount of the grant, because they may have to pay water bill and things.
No, I said we can't move forward with the RFP process.
Okay.
We can't.
Okay, but the issues...
The grants that they get are totally
Okay,
separate.
but just be aware that should not hamper...
Absolutely.
For at least a year, as it relates to dealing with that process.
Absolutely, yes.
And maybe longer if the council can't come to grips with it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Corrett?
Yeah, couple things. One is, as people have probably figured out, I have a certain amount of interest in our iconic historic locations, and I'm not entirely clear on how this is going to impact the Watts Towers and its services. So, if you could address that again.
There are several different issues that are going on with the department, and because of the statement that Mr. Parks just made, I just want to make clear that we're dealing with them one by one. And so, I'll deal with the issue of the facilities, because that has to do with the staffing too, and then I'd like to come back to address the issue that the speakers were addressing, because I think that it's important for us to respond to the citizen concern. In terms of the Watts Towers, we are not going to be partnering out the Watts Towers Art Center and the Charles Mingus Jr. Art Center. We've made that decision in concert with Council Member Janice Hahn. That's where the district, where the Watts Towers are. So we are not going to put them into the RFP list that we just talked about. Having said that, the towers themselves, we're dealing with that situation in a bit of a different manner. Our concern is that in addition to the 15 people who are being laid off in our department, we're losing 10 people through the early retirement program, including the person who has been the chief curator for the towers. We're not able to rehire that position because of ERIP regulations, and so what we're doing is trying to create a consortium approach to the care and stewardship of the towers. We've been in discussions with LACMA and the Getty and the California African American Museum. I just met with the Watts Task Force earlier this week. Janine Watkins is a big leader in that community group. And we are going to be having a meeting with that group and others interested in the other stakeholders in the towers early in May, when the COO of the LACMA is back in the country. She's out of the country right now. So we want to make sure that there is community input into how we move forward, and we're bringing expertise in terms of LACMA, the Getty, and the African American Museum to the table to really look at the immediate physical plant needs of the towers themselves, as well as look at educational programs, docent training, marketing, all sorts of ancillary programs that are really critical to highlighting such an important artistic and historic icon in our community. So we're trying to do an inclusive approach that alleviates some of the financial pressures from the city. We've included a $150,000 line item in our response to the mayor's budget as what we would want to bring to the table for actual out-of-pocket costs in that effort, but that is not at an extra cost to our, it doesn't increase our bottom line. We've carved out that equal amount from other budget line items. So we're really trying to maintain our responsibility of stewarding this treasure and being more inclusive about how we do so.
So it sounds like you're fairly confident that we're not going to foul this up, which is my concern, that we can bring in these other entities and work with them and make up the shortfall.
Right now, yes, right now we're starting to put drafts, MOUs together that would codify what is expected from each of the parties. Again, we really are interested in having the community be part of the process. I think $150,000 is a little, modest, but one of the things that LACMA is committed to doing is helping us explore additional fundraising opportunities so that hopefully with a collective push from an organization like LACMA that has an outstanding fundraising record, we can bring additional resources to the towers as we move forward.
Okay, and as far as the cuts to grant funding, I mean, this is obviously an area that has been cut with a pretty heavy sledgehammer more than the scalpel that some departments had used on, although a number of departments have been hit pretty hard. How devastating is the $415,000 cut to grants in total? What does that mean to the organizations that are covered by
It's
that?
a pretty, it's not only a deep cut because our budget for grants is a modest $2.7 million. In a city this size and the sophistication and with the cultural plurality that exists here in Los Angeles, having a $2.7 million budget for grants is pretty modest, as I said. I mean, compared to other major cities in the United States, we're already working with a very limited capacity. Carving out, nearly 22% of that budget to go to 4 organizations is something that is not considered best practices in the field. It really creates a very difficult situation because it pits arts organizations against each other, not due to the artistic merit of the organization, but more political savvy, if you will. And so that is the one area of the budget that we really want to focus on and ask this committee to recommend that funding be restored so that we can avoid leaving what has been, as you heard from audience members, a very tried and true process that is transparent and that is equitable and that is considered best practices around the country. So I would, as general manager, strongly advocate that the city reinstate the $415,000 to our grants budget. If that does not happen, 35 organizations throughout the city will be zeroed out, and the other 261 organizations that receive funding support from us would get cuts of anywhere between 7 and 15% of what they have been recommended for. So it has a pretty deep effect if we go that route, not only monetarily for the organizations at hand, but also in terms of due process and doing business in a very acknowledged and respected way.
Well, personally, I'd be pretty interested in seeing us look at restoring this, but at the same time, I'd also like to see us look at trying to do outside fundraising to cover that restoration, because in the entertainment capital of the world, it's hard for me to believe that studios and successful actors and actresses in this town and studio executives and all the other folks that are very successful in this industry couldn't be asked to help make up some or all of this shortfall.
Well, I agree with you, and we do that already. Since I got here in the summer of '07, we've raised nearly $10 million, both from public and private sources. The problem is that this isn't, people generally don't give to government to make up for what government had contributed in the past. I've been in this business for 25 years, and I've worked in other city agencies as well as in private philanthropy in New York City for the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation, which is one of the leading funders of arts in this country. So I know from where I speak, both from private philanthropy as well as from government grant making, and we are doing the best that we can. We have brought in more money under my tenure than the department had raised in the past 10 years. We bring in money. The celebration this morning of the Asian Pacific Islander American Heritage Month is funded through Disney, through Target, through Wells Fargo. So we do actively fundraise, but that kind of fundraising tends to be for special projects, such as the Heritage Month celebrations, such as Music LA, which is one of our most dearly loved programs that teaches kids how to play instruments throughout the city of Los Angeles. The bread and butter kind of grant making that we're talking about right now, it's very difficult to get a corporation or a rich individual to basically come in and reinstate something that the city has been doing for a long time. I'm doing the best that I can in fundraising. And the other challenge to that would be that these grants are supposed to start July 1st. Today is April 30th. There's no way that in 2 months we could find $415,000 so that we would be able to deploy that money, which is the lifeline of many of these organizations. So we, as a department, really are very assured that the best way to go would be to reinstate this money so that we continue running the program as it has been run for many years.
Councilman, if I could just add,
keep talking.
yes, Councilman, if I could just ask that consideration be given for the restoration. In developing this budget, we identified some programs, historical programs that had been funded in the general city purposes account for a number of years, and wanted to maintain those programs for the upcoming fiscal year. And in putting together this budget, we were overzealous in terms of identifying potential funds to keep those programs going, and did not recognize that, in fact, there was a process that had already been initiated relative to the grant funds. And so, while it's within your purview now and is adding to the ledger, we request that you give consideration for that restoration.
What ledger are you talking about? The money we don't have ledger?
Exactly.
Because, 3 days into this process, we're sitting here $80 million short, so you want to make it $80.5 million short.
Well, if that is the running ledger, yes.
All right.
Put it right next to the 18% for the city attorney's office.
Good idea.
Okay, Mr. Gretchen, you through?
One other question. For the facilities that are on the RFP list, is there any possibility that we take so long that goes into the next fiscal year and we have staff that aren't funded and such?
We have been very forthcoming in saying that that's going to happen. I mean, we haven't gotten the specifics about rental expectations, leasing, etc. So our ability to put out an RFP is really very intrinsically tied to the deliberations of this committee. I'd love to work with Mr. Parks to make sure that we're sending out the right message so that there's not a panic out in the community, and because I don't think that serves anybody. But one of the things we have been doing is working very diligently with Councilmember Labange and the Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee to try to see if we can identify some funds that can be used to sustain those facilities open and programmed, at least at a basic level, while these operators are being sought. I can't say that we have actually landed on something, but the CAO's office, in recognition of this, did provide in Schedule 24, $365,000 that we can, correct me if I'm wrong, that we can use to try to maintain operations at least into the next fiscal year, to make sure that we don't have to close any of these centers. Now, obviously, if we can find alternative funds, which we're trying to do with Mr. Labange, we would need to use that particular fund that came from, our own appropriations, TOT appropriations. We're hopeful, and we're working very hard with the CAO and the Bureau of Engineering, that a portion of the percent for public art monies can be identified and used towards these costs of staffing and programming these art centers and theaters. We're going back and forth, really double-checking the numbers, trying to see if I should say that we've also been in touch with the city attorney to make sure that it's legal to use the funds in this capacity. And they've said that it is legal as long as the originating bonds that were used to build the facilities allow that kind of usage. So that's what we're scrubbing right now, and we're hoping that that we can come back to you all with a good news on that front. So we are committed to working with the different council districts where these facilities are based to continue the services there. The outpouring from the surrounding communities has been pretty vocal. So going back to Councilmember Rosendall's earlier comments, our goal is to ensure that there is continuity in services and programs, not necessarily on the city dime. Now, having said that, we currently have a number of facilities that we partner out, and so far, 6 of those art centers, we provide an annual subsidy of $15,000 to them. They're going to be added to the RFP list, so the total is going to be 14 facilities that we're looking to partner out. And so we would like to initially recommend that we continue that practice to help these groups get a foothold and increase their chances of succeeding. So we, again, not adding to our budget, we carved out that kind of a subsidy. We want to put it there as a place marker. Again, if we find additional funds through the percent for public art or, other buckets, then we can take a look at that. But we think that in order for these new operators to have a better chance of success, that we should continue the practice of giving them a small, in this case it would be $14,000 a year versus $15,000 a year, but it wouldn't impact the bottom line that we've been working with.
I hope we can do that, and I hope, working with the mayor's office and this committee, we can also find a way to restore some or all of that $415,000 of grants funding.
Thank you.
Mr. Reserve?
What's your plan on the issue you've identified that we don't have sufficient time on the transition period for those art centers that need to move towards the new lease policy? What do you plan to do? I mean, we have this situation. It seems like, I'm not sure what's going to happen with that policy. I mean, it's still in the pipeline, but what are you planning to do? I mean, what's your current thinking about that?
Well, I mean, like I said a minute ago, the $365,000 that has been identified and is in Schedule 24 will give us a bit of a lifeline so that we can retain some part-time people to continue providing services. It's going to be more of an administrative nightmare for the department because instead of relying on full-time employees who have been in those communities for many, many years, but have had to be laid off, now we're going to have to rely on part-time people, but at least it'll give us some respite and a breathing room to continue. The worst possible situation would be shutting these places down, and we really want to ensure that that does not happen. As Mr. Muckery was saying last night, pertaining to the Parks and Recreation system, that just would invite vandalism and create a whole set of other problems. So we're really trying to, within the monetary means available to us and within the administrative strategies available to us, to keep those doors open as long as we can.
And have you, another possibility would also be to phase in the increased rents they have to pay, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that is something that many people are going to be advocating for, because going from $1 a year to full market rate recovery is pretty steep in a very down economy. So the ability of even arts groups that have been functioning in these facilities for a number of years, of which we have 6 or 7, it's a pretty steep curve that they're going to have to deal with in terms of that kind of an increase. Now, I'm heartened by what Mr. Park said about it not being a done deal, and that, we're going to really look at this a lot more carefully.
Let me clarify that. The policy, we hope, is a done deal. We said it's going to take a year to implement. So
correct.
Okay.
Right.
You think it's going to take us a year to actually adopt it, or?
No. In order for general services to actually begin to move in the direction we'd like them to, we have to have a policy in place. They had a policy for years, but council motions overrule that policy routinely. That now gets us into about 100 buildings and 1 million square feet of space that is in the hands of nonprofits, many of which do not have lease agreements, many of which the city's still paying the utilities, and often all the liability.
And from my point of view, I think we should get control of that, but I think we also should recognize the increased financial burden on many of these nonprofits. Let me put myself in their shoes, right? I'm paying $1 a year right now, providing a great public benefit. Let's say I have a lot of square feet and the market value is $100,000, and now I have to provide $50,000 in 1 year. Many of those organizations are on a shoestring budget, $50,000, all of a sudden do, right away. It's like, where do we get that? So, I mean, what we're trying to get at is we should move in that direction. I support that, but we should also try to recognize or realize the situation many of these organizations are in, how difficult it is to jump and get that money right away. I mean, so...
And I will say that this is an issue that affects a lot of organizations beyond arts organizations. I mean, we're a relatively small number compared to the nearly 100 organizations that are in that position. So we're talking about, child care centers and police benevolent associations and Home for the Aged.
Youth development centers, there's a number of organizations. I know there's an arts district in my district that is going to have a very difficult time raising the funds. Right now, they're still trying to survive just under the circumstances we have, and so we're trying to, certainly when the policy comes up for more discussion as a whole, my goal is to look at phase-in or something that would make sense while realizing that we have to go in a direction that gives us some structure out of this chaos we have out there. So,
I think in developing this RFP, we have a version that incorporates our current model for working with the partnerships in that they don't require paying the utilities, the maintenance costs, all of the market rates, but anticipating that the council is going to adopt a nonprofit lease policy. We are now taking the nonprofit lease policy that has been adopted by the Joint Budget and ITGS Committee recently, and incorporating those elements into the RFP because we are looking at a long-term lease with a nonprofit organization. So while it may take a year for that nonprofit lease policy to actually be effectuated, in anticipation that that will be in place during the duration of these lease agreements, we want to build that in now. We think it is certainly a very good option that as we identify a bidder and enter into a contract negotiation, that at that time, the flexibility that is built into that lease policy can be addressed with the individual council offices and with the policymakers, and perhaps build in a phased approach so that we provide some operational support as we currently provide right now, and which we've built into next year's budget, and over a period of time allow those organizations to wean themselves off the city subsidy because their business plans right now are built on city subsidies. And I'm the one who receives the phone calls when they're not getting the funds or when these organizations are struggling to meet their operational payroll and to meet their programmatic needs. So I'm very sympathetic, and I hear what you're saying. And I think if we build in that kind of model where you allow for phased-in support, it gives them the time to establish a plan to develop a fundraising plan, seek out private foundation dollars, knowing that they'll have a long-term lease. It makes it easier for them to go out and find private donors. They can't do that right now because of short-term leases. And you can see that perhaps over 3 or 4 years they'll be weaning themselves off of the city funds. But I think at that point, it's because of a negotiation issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me just say one thing before Mr. Smith starts. One of the things I think is important for us is that in the interim, while we're working through this policy, that we not create long-term leases that may be in conflict with the final policy. And so being that we know the committees have approved it, we need to have at least some sense of what's going to be finalized. Because the key is that we may have some long-term leases that are already in place that our hands are tied and the city is totally responsible for their current situation. So I would suggest that we give it a moment before we tie down anybody in a long-term lease and that policy hasn't been approved. Okay, that would be my suggestion. Okay, let me start off with a couple of deals. One of the things I'd like the CAO to kind of explain to me on the issue of the funding, and because it looks like almost a triple flip. We used to have general fund. We've taken general fund out and we put it into the cultural affairs budget. We had the funds for Channel 35. We've taken funds from there, and now cultural affairs is responsible. And then we have recently approved a number of RFPs, and that I think have been let and approved. We need to figure out just that turnaround. What does it all mean? And then today we hear we were over, in a sense, looked at $415,000 over what we put in the budget that we now are supporting, that we put it on the ledger. somebody's got to clarify what all those pieces mean so we understand where exactly we are with this department.
We could certainly report back when we report back and sort of itemize how all of these different pieces work together.
Okay. I mean, can somebody give us a thumbnail today, or?
Yeah,
sure.
Jackie.
Yes. Jacqueline Vernon Wagner with the Office of the CAO. The proposed budget for cultural affairs, and in fact, I'm going to talk about the schedule, Schedule 24, which is the Arts and Cultural Facilities and Services Trust Fund.
Okay.
And you'll find that on page
And you're in book which one?
234 of the proposed budget.
Okay. Page 234.
We've also added that as attachment 4 of our budget memo.
So, page 24, this is the Fund 480, the Arts and Cultural Facilities and Services Trust Fund. This fund receives a 1/13th share of the transient occupancy tax. For 2010-11, that amount is projected to be $9.4 million. In addition to that source of funds, this fund typically receives interest monies from unspent monies that sit in the fund. For next year, it's estimated at $20,000. This fund also typically receives the 1% of the arts, 1% share of the CIEP for the arts. This is in conjunction with the city ordinance on the percent for the arts program. This only represents the projects that are funded through the CIEP, the Capital Improvement Expenditure Program. There's another line item here, it's called miscellaneous, and that's $87,000. This refers to the PropK maintenance funds that are awarded on an annual basis for all projects that were built or renovated with PropK funds. There is no mechanism for the department to spend this money, and so that money is just basically passed through them to General Services and the Recreation and Parks Department that are responsible for providing custodial and maintenance services. For this year, and in response to Council's actions to look at the percent for the arts money, look at Fund 480, we scrubbed the accounts, we worked together with Cultural Affairs, they identified approximately $710,000 in projects and accounts, which included admin monies for the arts projects, maintenance monies, as well as monies for their cultural master plan and other unfinished projects. We set aside that money, and everything else became cash, off the cash balance. We've rolled that forward, and that's a balance of $681,000. Altogether, what sits in this fund, what is available, what is being appropriated to this fund for this year is $10,266,000. That's $10,266,000. The operating budget for Cultural Affairs is proposed at $7.2 million, and that is what is required for the funding of 39 positions, as well as to continue their other art programs. There were recommendations provided from the Mayor's Office to set aside $165,000 for the 3 events that are in question: El Grito, the Pan-African Film Festival, as well as the Latin Cinema Film Festival. These items were previously funded under Special 1 in the department's operating budget.
Those items were previously funded in the General City Purposes Fund.
Yes, they were funded under General City Services, but there are also line items, and there are also panel grant awards.
Actually, I think what we're getting at here is the dollar amounts that are currently recommended for the Pan-African Film Festival, the Latin Film Festival, and for El Grito were previously funded through the GCP. Separately, for instance, the Pan-African Festival does receive a separate grant from the Cultural Affairs Department, but that grant item is not being impacted. What we're talking about really is the funding that is being reappropriated from our grants programs to the GCP to fund those.
What was the total amount of those 3 events we called it? Because I know the 2 film festivals are somewhere in the neighborhood of $45,000 to $50,000 or something. And then I forget what El Grito was.
Yes. The Latin Film Festival is $45,000, Pan-African Film Festival is $45,000, and El Grito is $75,000, and in addition, there's a $250,000 reduction from the special appropriations to go to the telecommunications development account.
Yes, and those instructions were provided by the mayor's office to set aside $250,000 for the telecommunications fund. In addition to those amounts...
Excuse me, let me just ask the rationale. With the funds coming into ITA on addressing the TV and the public airways, why did we switch that funding from that account into cultural affairs?
The dollars that went into the telecommunications development account from this were for the purpose of providing some funding for Channel 36, not Channel 35. It was Channel 36, which was...
Doesn't the telecommunication fund, the 40%, isn't that what's available to fund both of those?
I'm not sure.
I think we need our IT answer.
Because the city gets, 5%, and we split it 60-40. Is that what we used, that 5% for, or the 40% of it?
Correct. Jacob Wexler with the Office of the City Administrative Officer. The 40% of the 5% franchise fees does go to the telecommunications development account, and in past years, there have been funds from that 5% been used to support Channel 36 operating costs. Those funds are now coming from this item in the schedule.
Okay. With that, how much was aside for 36?
Last year?
Yes.
Or in the 9-10 budget, the amount was $300,000 for operating costs. There's an additional $255,000 that's from the restricted portion of the revenues for that account for capital costs. But there's $300,000 from the 5% that you're talking about now for Channel 36 operating costs.
Okay, so there's roughly $500,000 split with operating and then the construction, or?
Correct. It was $555 in 2009, 2010, and this year the total for Channel 36 is $505,000 between those two.
Okay, let me ask the mayor's office, what was the rationale of moving money that's dedicated for that purpose, moving these costs out of that fund and moving it into cultural affairs as funds?
Moving which funds?
The money that's set aside from the, TDA account that funds both Channel 36 and 35 that normally would take up this $300,000. Why did we move it out of that dedicated fund and then fund it out of cultural affairs allocation?
There was, I believe, and I think the CEO can step in here, on the TDA, the telecommunications development account, those funds were going to be used for other ITA and other purposes, in which case we needed to find additional funds to, if we wanted to continue Channel 36, fund it at a level.
So you say the entire 40% was dedicated?
I understand from what the actions took last year, there was one of the grantees from the cultural fair grants was going to PBS or to KCET, and there was some discussion as to parity with our own cable program in light of the grant going to KCET.
So there was $23,400 set aside during budget deliberations for Channel 35 cultural programming. And I imagine that this may be the connection with, or the logic behind the
maybe I'm missing something.
set aside of
I'd just like to zero in on close to $500,000 that was in the TDA account that paid for Channel 35 and 36. Why did we move money that's dedicated for that purpose?
That money has not been moved into Fund 480. This is the TOT monies that are currently set aside that are now being proposed.
But just listen to what I'm saying. There's dedicated money that comes to us on TDA, in which 40% goes to ITA to fund 35 and 36. In this case, we removed 35 and 36 from the TDA account, and we moved the funding allocation into cultural affairs. And I was trying to find out, why did we do that when we have a dedicated revenue source?
By finding a different source of funds for Channel 36, we were able to increase the transfer from the TDA to the general fund and use those funds for other priorities.
Okay, but I think the issue that I think we're laboring with is, by doing that, you now have put us in a position to where about $400,000 or more dollars of grants and other programming are being cut out of the cultural affairs. And so, in effect, and so we've declared a surplus before the fiscal year has started in the TDA account.
And if I could enlarge just a little bit on a background sense on this particular issue, some of you have seen me get rather angry on the council floor, and for the public's appreciation, know this. The cable customer pays 6%. 5% is the franchise fee, and 1 is a capital fee, the 1 point. That came out of the state legislation that took away the city's rights for cable in terms of regulation and everything. So we got 6%. The customers bring in roughly $25 million with the 6%. Put the $5 million, which is the 1% aside, that left $20 million. Okay? Of that, historically, 40% or $8 million was to run the channels, 35 and 36. We, the cable customers, wrote those checks. I created those interconnected channels. I worked on that when I was a cable executive for 22 years. I know what I'm talking about. Somebody decided to call surplus some of that $8 million, which was dedicated to keep Channel 35 and 36 going with programming and product and all kinds of things that they do. One day I walk in the chambers and there's 7 people laid off standing in front of our face because ITA, and we'll come when ITA gets up, called it surplus, let it get swept, and it wasn't surplus. It was money to be used for public access. If there was surplus, then that would mean you keeping Channel 35 and 36 happening, and then you had additional money that you didn't need to program those 2 channels, and that obviously could be declared surplus and put in the general fund. So that was the history of the ITA issue. How cultural affairs got into this is way beyond my understanding of the accounting procedures or how things work within this. So that's just sort of for the record on that.
And if I could take it from there, you're right. There was TDA funds that were moved from TDA to fund general fund purposes. Knowing that was going to reduce the amount of funding going to Channel 36, we took it upon us to look for other sources of funds that could go into Channel 36. And as I mentioned earlier, we may have been, and we were actually overzealous in terms of identifying these grant funds.
Well, you robbed Peter to pay Paul, but Peter had the money that he was authorized, and it was really a robbery of it, in my opinion.
So I think the bottom line is that, as I mentioned earlier, we were requesting, and I'm not sure if I'll have a rationale that pleases the council members here, but we're requesting that knowing that this is a priority for the council, for the mayor, that consideration be given to restoring these grant funds for the purposes of them being allotted through the process that's established, and knowing that the Channel 36 and the other festivals are also a priority, working with you to identify other sources of funds for those.
And then one of the things that I think is much like the city attorney's discussion, although it's on a lesser number of dollars, that we are now in a position to say we made a mistake, but then tied to that mistake is not a recommendation of where the 415 comes back, because you say you're overzealous. So then that puts us in a position that we either support what has come forward and cause $400,000 worth of grants and cultural events to go by the wayside, or we have to go back in the budget and take 415 from someplace else and then try to satisfy what those cuts are going to deal with. So that's the dilemma that we're placed in, and it's even a greater dilemma with the city attorney that we jump from 18% to 10%, or that's the recommendation. The council certainly this committee hasn't gotten to the point to agree on that massive swing, and particularly after today, it may be closer to 18 than it was 10. But the issue is that I think when we get to to general purpose money, we're going to ask the CLA, because we have some concerns about how that's configured, but I think we're going to have to throw this in and see how we can equitably adjust these figures within addressing general purpose funds in total. Because to throw this on us in the budget meeting and saying, yeah, we recommend cuts, and then we basically are going to put it on the shoulders of the committee to figure out where they're going to come from, I don't think is fair. But we're going to try to be equitable as we deal with general purpose money in general. So I think we have to add these, because in addition to the $300,000+, that's Channel 36, we have roughly 100 and almost 70 to 80,000 for these 3 events that were generally line items in GCP. El Grito, in fact, at one time, Latin Film Festival was up to 100,000. Over the last 2-3 years, we cut it down to 45. Pan-African was 45. Again, their smaller grants in cultural affairs have not been touched. But let me just say to the CLA, when we get to GCP, that we need to kind of configure this, and also to configure this triple swap that we did, so that we can figure out whether that TDA money that's designated versus the money from the cultural affairs money plus this GCP money is equitably addressing these concerns. And the final analysis, what's going to get cut if any of these things are shifted and moved.
Can I ask a question on that? If these, let's say the El Grito Pan-African Film Festival and the Latino Film Festival remain in culture first, if, I don't, the chair's talking about maybe looking at it should stay in GCP or even stays anywhere. If it remains here as proposed, do you have more, say, administrative overview? Or, because, for example, El Grito, that's GSD, oversees that. So would it just be housing department? Is that what?
No, it wouldn't. I mean, this is just another grant for, it would be a rather large grants, because we don't typically make, I think the largest grant that we make is in the $60,000 arena. Once a funding body makes a grant, they have limited purview on how they can mandate that programmatically can be used. And I know this from working in philanthropy. So it would be another grant. They would have to,
So administratively, it'd have to be processed differently, because I think El Grito, for example,
right,
just traditionally, historically in the city, it's just been executed a certain way. It's in GCP, but GSD comes in and administers those funds to get a program for El Grito and the celebrations that happen.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's envisioned. It would just be taking money from our department towards those purposes, but I don't envision us getting much more involved in those activities.
But you won't get involved in those activities? No. They'll be executed as before?
Correct.
Okay, that's...
Okay. We still ask for that report back on the issue of the funds, so we get a better understanding. And again, to the CLA, that we ask when we get to general purpose funds, that we look at this department particularly as to how these funds were rearranged, and then the final analysis, we put that 415 on the ledger, the unfunded ledger, so that we can keep track of that request.
I mean, but the thinking wasn't a bad one, whoever thought of this. I mean, they're cultural events, so as opposed to having them out there in the, atmosphere, somewhere out there, and they're cultural events, but the Cultural Affairs Department has no say over them. The thinking wasn't bad, right?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I think that, as you heard from our speakers, there is a process that is established in the city of Los Angeles. And, these 4 events were maybe, I don't know why those 4 events versus 4 other events.
I got that. Yeah. But taking away the fact that it did take away from some other funding that this department had, take that away. Let's say that the grants that were existed before, let's say that's fully funded. having these 3 events in cultural affairs is not a bad idea.
Absolutely. And
Because they're
we
cultural
do-
events, and they're just kind of randomly put out in the
Absolutely.
GCP.
And we would encourage these organizations to apply for grants, like over 400 organizations in this community do. And the only one of those that applies through our regular grants process is the Pan-African Film Festival, and they get funding support every year from us. And I personally attend the gala and I attend shows.
Which, in the report back that we're getting, I understand what the chair is getting at, but let's say if we could have these administered through Cultural Affairs Department, and we find and we're not taking from Paul to pay theater or whatever it is, it's not a bad idea to have them administered through this process. Otherwise, I'm not sure about these other, I don't know how the Pan-African works or the Latino Film Festival El Grito, having, that rotates amongst the Latino council members each year to oversee that, but we work with GSD. In my thinking, why wouldn't it be better administered through the Cultural Affairs Department to execute that program that day? It's a cultural event for the city. So I think the thinking is a good one to have it housed there. I don't know if you want the additional work.
Well, we're getting a 43% reduction in our staff, so our ability to bring on any more production kind of, producing...
Anyway, that's something, some thinking that could be involved in the report back. That's a very good point, though.
My suspicion is part of the reason they don't apply for grants is because they're fully funded through another revenue source. So I think your point's a good one. I think the larger question here, and we're going to be seeing this challenge more and more as we continue to face difficulties in our budget, is that we're in a situation where we have to start asking how do we best utilize the limited resources that we have. And this demonstrates an attempt to try to maintain a priority for the council and for the mayor using a cultural sort of umbrella to do that. But I think the direction that we're headed in, and the whole point behind the idea of engaging nonprofits to utilize our venues, is to really figure out in what things does the city do best in, and what things does a nonprofit do best in, and how can we maximize the overall work, or the product, by combining those resources. And I think that's really where the real potential lies. And as we move forward in the next few years, we should be looking for ways of maximizing that.
Let me just, Mr. Weezer, one of the things I think that created the movement of some of these items to line items, if I remember correctly, Latino Film Festival has been a line item for a number of years. The Pan-African Film Festival, as a line item, just about disappeared, and their grant through Cultural Affairs at one time was down to like $8,000. So that's why it was created as a line item. Then El Grito, when it came upon the city, was, I think, initially about $25,000. It's gone to about $75,000. So when the issue is, it's not a bad idea in putting them into the department budget, but without money, they're limited. The other thing you have to keep an eye on, if you put them in the budget and the department then has the overall say of how to disperse the money. So all of a sudden, you can have a line item of $75,000 for El Grito, but if Olga's doing her budget and it doesn't match, next thing you know, she cuts El Grito or anything else to make her budget match. So the line item gave the council more control of the annual disbursement, and that's how we've dealt with it over the last few years.
And I vote for a line item then.
We can have some of this discussion with the general city purposes budget too, but yeah, those 3 items have traditionally been funded through GCP, fully funded. This is a funding shift this year from Cultural Affairs, which then reduces the grant money that's available. And then the additional one is the Channel 36, which would be coming from the TDA account. So those are, if my understanding is right, we want to look at all of those. That totals $415,000, and then that'll go on the list to...
That's right. And then my final question is that in the previous RFPs that have gone out, that I guess people are applying for now, does this budget or this $415,000 affect those RFPs?
Yes, the request for proposals for grants, absolutely. The way that the department treats the grants is that it's a very methodical, peer-reviewed grant process throughout the previous fiscal year. So starting July 1st of 2009, we started having multiple peer review panels to help us determine who should get recommended for funding in the FY10-11 fiscal year. So that's a process that takes place throughout a 12-month period. Those recommendations are what goes into the budget book for the following fiscal year. So if this $415,000 gets taken out of the equation, 270 organizations are going to be negatively impacted.
Okay. All right, that's what we need to know. So if we can, those 4 things we talked about, and is there any other questions of Cultural Affairs? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to the Department of Aging.
Rick, do I still have this one out?
Yeah, he's been hanging around.
Okay, want to go? Yeah.
Let me just start off the first question on Department of Aging. One of the things we got information that the department needs a little bit more clarity on related cost calculations and whether we can ask the CAO to give us a report back on that because that's funding that's coming out of your department, my assumption. Is that the concern?
Correct. One of the things that the department has been already working with the CAO's office on is trying to understand better the cap rate as is assigned to us so that we can be better able to look at our grant sources and maximize those grants to be able to provide that support. And so part of what we've already started to do is communicate with our state funding agency and letting them know that we're moving in this direction. We did that last year after council took the policy direction to ask us to look at full cost recovery. And we're now also in the process of looking at our cap rate, how it's constructed, and communicating with our colleagues across different city departments to try to identify how they construct the cost that's assigned to us. Part of our concern is that when we provide those costs to our grantors, we have to be able to have the audit trails and the justifications for any costs that we would consider as direct costs to the grants. So we would look forward to working with the CAO to be able to do that more effectively.
We'll ask for a report back. The other issue, I don't know if you were here at we were talking to Cultural Affairs to give an explanation about the non-profit policy, and I think the issue that you've raised about the specific aging programs in city buildings, again, I haven't evaluated them, but I think the issue as we go through, and if that policy is adopted, that we will be moving forward, that each tenant will have the ability to sit down and talk with the City of LA through general services and the department involved. The key factor, and I'm assuming on these aging programs, that they were invented as a byproduct of the extension of the city.
Correct.
Okay, that would appear on its face to be one of those that would be an exemption. And so people can reduce their anxiety. No one is asking rent and whatever by July 1st, but I think we have to come to some conclusion that everyone has their nonprofit, everyone has their insurance policy, there's some agreement as to who pays the utilities, whether liability falls to the city, whether there's a basic maintenance program for the building. Those are basics that the city has to do to protect themselves. So my assumption in the way I've read this is that these are extensions of the city in behalf of the Department of Aging. So I think those are the things that we try to cover these eventualities. So I just want to, somewhat reduce your anxiety.
Thank you.
in dealing with that. So
I appreciate that, and for your information, the providers that are currently, that are contracting with the Department of Aging are responsible for their own utilities. They are responsible for the maintenance inside of the buildings. They currently already all do that, and they also carry their own liability insurance. So our providers have already been queuing into that direction, and so probably their stress is not as high, but it is something that they have considered to be critical, because it would basically, they would charge it back to the program side, and we would then decrease services in a negative way. So
But
I
think
appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, we will be working through this, but again, General Services can't address a policy that the council hasn't put forward.
Thank you.
And so, but it will require about 100 meetings or so to go through this and identify exceptions versus those, and also the key factors, having all the paperwork in order.
We will work with you. And
Very good. And then, let's see,
Sure. First of all, good afternoon. Thanks for being here. About 2 weeks, I'll be 65, so I'm right on the cusp of getting into Medicare, but I'm enjoying my moment. There are 16 multi-service senior centers. Each one has a facility managed under Rec and Park, with Department of Aging operating all the programs. True?
we have 16 multi-purpose centers across the city. Some of them are under contract. 2 of them are under contract with Rec and Parks, the rest with community-based nonprofits.
We have a senior empowerment committee, and the seniors meet on a regular basis, and they love you, and they constantly talk about how you understand things better than most people would, and I just want to congratulate you on that. It has been suggested in past years by my senior empowerment committee, and possibly others, that since Department of Aging does a much better job of operating programs, that's coming right from them, not from me, have you got any figure that you could share that might save the city money if the Department of Aging took over all of the expenditures made by Rec and Park towards seniors? The relationship, really, I'm asking you, between Rec and Park and you, and what's the best synergy on this one?
That's an area that is currently under consideration. We're actually working with the CAO, CLA. We've had, Mr. Muckery and I have had a face-to-face meeting with the CAO's office already to look at what efficiencies are possible. That is part of the request the mayor and the CAO have made of our department. We actually believe that we could develop a strategic plan in concert with Rec and Parks to look at not only improving service delivery, the quality of services being delivered by the city, but also looking at cost effectiveness in terms of how we utilize our limited dollars. But there are also labor issues and other things that have to be vetted in order before we can move forward. But I do think that there's a real opportunity. Our community partners, the agencies that we work with, have, I know, been talking and meeting with several of the council offices and really have stepped up to pledge their commitment to ensure that as this population grows, as the boomers come of age, that the city become the premier place in the United States for demonstrating how to age well and how to support seniors as they're aging in our community. So that is a pledge from our department, and every staff person works every day to try to achieve that. So we look forward to continuing to work with the CAO, with the CLA, Mayor's office to try to achieve that, and with all the council offices, because it really, aging is a neighborhood level issue, and we really have to take that into consideration as we develop programs and policies.
I participated and spoke at Aging in Place, which is a great concept, which means you can age in your own home, in your own community, with your own support system around you, but with certain supports that would be critical and vital at that point. And we've launched 2 of them, one in Mar Vista and one in Westchester, and we intend to do more of them. Have you looked at that from the standpoint of a programming idea for you going forward?
We are. We actually have been very much involved with the NORCS project. These are naturally occurring retirement communities where there's large density of a senior population that begins to age in place. And we're actually mapping the city to try to figure out where those naturally occurring retirement communities are beginning beginning to evolve because our planning process is done strategically at the aging service area level. We have 15 loosely affiliated aging service areas that match the councilmatic districts. So we really look at data at the local level because, again, the issues of the elderly have to do with the neighborhoods and the support systems that exist in that community. It can be very difficult to tell an older person, we have the service, you live in Mar Vista, but it's in the valley. That's not going to work with an older adult population that has mobility challenges already. And so part of what we're looking at is how do we develop basically what they're calling elderly villages, as older people age in place. How do we really look at the entire neighborhood and begin to look at where our supportive services exist? That's where I think partnering becomes critical. One of the things the department has done in the last 2 years, we are now a critical partner with the libraries. We are making all city libraries and all county libraries focal points for disseminating information because that's where people go when they have a question. They go to the library or they send their grandchild to go look at the internet at the library. So what we've discovered when we've been visiting with all our librarians throughout the city was they said, what took you so long? Where have you been? They were prepared for us. We were a little bit lagging behind. But we've now developed, I think, a very, very unique partnership between the Department of Aging, the Department of Libraries. Also, we just received requests, which is very unusual, from the Social Security Administration to join our partnership. We've included in-home supportive services, a critical county service that's provided by the Department of Public Social Services, as well as Medi-Cal, trying to help older people understand their benefits and eligibility. So we're now kind of looking at our libraries almost as a storefront to make it a safe place for people in our communities to come and ask questions that then get linked back to us. And we've now have started to do some pre-screening work to establish eligibility, and we've been testing it with the county. We go live July 1, and I'm very excited because that is really looking at the lowest income, most needy, frail seniors in our community and trying to figure, rather than having, because we don't have new resources, we're sort of repurposing the work that we do in creating a different way of working together. And Martin Gomez has been just an incredible partner for us with the libraries and really opening them up and making that partnership possible. So we're having to think differently. The population will demand that we do that, and we're up to the task.
Well, the Felisa Mayhood Center, which is very effective, the Oakwood Center, where they have meals, people go for that, the Mar Vista Community Center, the Westchester one, those four in my community are very active and very vibrant. But, of course, we get a little jealous when we look at this little piece of land called Culver City that slips through my edges that has this most incredible senior center. But they do partner with our seniors, and our seniors do get to use their facility as well. Just the last question. At present, 80% of your income from sources other than the city's general fund. If you take over more of Rec and Parks senior operations, could you increase your income from mainly non-general fund sources and come up with other creative strategies as well?
We believe, because one of the ways that we leverage our resources, not only through the grants that we receive, but also through helping the providers that we work with leverage grants, and also fundraising, which they do very aggressively. And so that is one of the ways that we make our dollars go much, much further, is that we work with our partners in the community that are experts at knowing where the resources are. And usually what we try to do is either do some matchmaking for them or become very supportive when they're seeking grants. For example, in the last few weeks, one of our major foundations locally let out a call for proposals. And rather than the department competing with all of our providers, our philosophy was, let's try to get all of our providers to submit high-quality applications so that they stand an opportunity to compete for these resources. And our next phase will be, when we're done with that part of it, we will actually look at those proposals they submitted, and we'll
sit down together and try to prioritize how do we then present those to other funders, because those are worthwhile needs in the community, and we've already spent resources and time creating the response to the proposal. So we're even looking at how to change a level of, rather than a competitive nature within our providers, to a more collaborative one that actually is a win-win for the city. And we think we play that role.
And you do play that role. And one little minor thing, but it's important, at Westminster Senior Center, about 8 seniors use it a couple, 3 times a week for different things. And what I'd like you to do is work with them to go to Oakwood or to others, because Stand Up for Kids, which is a group dealing with teenage homeless kids on Venice Beach, want to have a program from 4 to 8 every night in there, feed them and counsel them and work with them, because, you know, the most vulnerable of the homeless are the children that are out on the street, and they don't want to be homeless. They've had a family situation that was dysfunctional, and they did it for their own survival, in part, many of them. So I'd like you to look at that Westminster facility so we can gracefully coordinate that Rec and Park facility into one of the other Rec and Park or one of yours. But the more Rec and Park and you guys work as a team and find ways to find their synergy, the more successful we're going to be. And I want to thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Grant?
Questions?
Greg? Mr. Muzar? I think that covers all of the issues for aging. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be Department of Disabilities. Good afternoon. We have a couple of cards on public comment. Christopher Moody and someone filled out a card but didn't tell us who they are. Is anyone else in the audience had a public comment card for Department of Disabilities? Mr. Moody?
Greetings, Council. Christopher Moody, Engineers and Architects Association Labor Rep. Disability is a department is very close to my heart. My father was a quadriplegic due to a car accident. My brother, unfortunately, succumbed to AIDS. And my sister is the department head, Kaiser Hospital, Physical Therapy in Vallejo. I regularly invest in 4 limited ability friends in my personal home life. Last year, a good friend of mine with CP I've known for 17 years accompanied me and spent the day in a mentoring program which was sponsored by the DOD. And on the surface, so it's very close to my heart. Not all of us have the luxury or opportunity to spend time with people of limited abilities. But we do share the obligation to respect and, to the extent possible, accommodate limited access and mobility needs. Thank you, Council, for keeping the department whole as an entity rather than splitting between personnel and CDD. Thank you very much. There is one matter, though. This being a small department, I wish it was twice its size. That's not possible. But the union is concerned about a senior management analyst vacancy that typically handles ADA compliance issues. Though the position authority exists, the funding is absent or left for the creative magic of this small department. No revenue here, just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me just ask, the number one question for me is the issue of, under your department, is our AIDS coordinator. And
Yes.
The concern I had, and maybe you could ask the mayor's office what the rationale is, that you had a specific line item for $75,000 that dealt with, I believe, AIDS testing, and that was cut. And I'm just wondering, particularly in light of the city's epidemic, particularly amongst young people and people of color, why we would not, if possible, reduce that, but to cut it completely out? Is there an alternative to address that need?
That $75,000, I believe, is still in our trust fund.
Okay, let me ask him, because it shows a zero or something. I just want to...
Yes, the proposed budget zeroed out the allocation made this current fiscal year because we understood that there was a community development block grant that was providing HIV testing in the amount of $200,000 for the 2010-11 GCP year.
On this current year that was just approved?
I believe that, yes.
The 36-year consolidated plan contains $1 million, which is $1,085,000 for the AIDS prevention program. This is an increase of $200,000 over 2009-10, the 35th year plan.
Okay. Now, we just, during, I guess, the 35th year, for this year, moved, what, $40,000 in addition to what you had in this year's budget?
That's right.
Okay, so that's been expended primarily for AIDS testing?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Those funds are available, the $40,000, the additional $40,000.
Have we used it for this fiscal year? Because we sent it there from the 35th year, hoping that, because we understood there was some, I know within the 8th district, Benestar was in jeopardy of...
And JWCH, yes. There are 2 contracts that have been executed for AIDS testing for that amount, yes.
Okay, so that money has been used?
Yes, it's being used.
Okay. But you say on the 36th year, there, when you say overall AIDS program, is that primarily testing, or are there other issues that $1 million is going to be spent on?
Well, there are 2 line items within the 36-year plan. There's one for AIDS coordination.
Okay, what does that mean?
AIDS coordination is the AIDS program that is managed within the Department on Disability.
It funds the position?
And that funds 6 positions, as well as provides partial support for 1 accounting support and 1 personnel position. The second line item, which is AIDS prevention, it was typically funded at approximately $885,000. This year, or for the upcoming consolidated plan year, that amount was increased by $200,000, and that was partially to offset the loss or the anticipated loss in the GCP amount.
All right. But that second part is for testing and programming?
It is not specifically for testing, but Stephen Simon mentioned that this is how they would offset.
No, that's exactly right. Tony Abraham, Budget and Personnel. There has been a $200,000 increase on AIDS prevention, but we could very well make the request through the CAO's office to ensure that it's transferred over to allow for AIDS testing.
Okay, I really would hope that we would consider that, because I think the money that the GCP had given each year was specifically for testing, and then the $40,000 that we were able to get during the year was specifically for testing. So I'd hate to believe that we increase the block grant money another $200,000 and there's not a line item for testing.
Right.
Okay, so if we could make sure that we can work that out. Mr. Corrett? Mr. Corrett? Okay. You have any questions on disability?
I don't have any.
Okay, great. Okay. You're the first general manager that come here and we not ask you to speak one word, and we're going to say thank you for showing up.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, next would be ITA.
You look very good on TV.
Good afternoon. We have one public comment cards, Angel Calvo on ITA. Oh, thank you. Okay. ITA.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. My name is Angel Calvo. I'm with Engineers and Architects Association. I'm here to basically protest the taking of a meat cleaver to the ITA staff, and specifically to protest a couple of issues. Item 10 on the department's budget, the Google email system, eliminates positions that used to support the group-wide system and are no longer needed. This is an item that the union and the personnel officer of ITA went through a meet and confer process on. We were given assurances that no staff would be impacted by going over to Google, that no one would be laid off, no one would be negatively impacted. The union agreed to have this contract move forward because, again, we were given assurances by ITA that there would be no impact. Now we see the budget, and the systems programmers and the systems analysts that supported this operation are to be laid off. To be blunt, the union feels like they were lied to and that management was dishonest to us. In addition, Mr. Rosendahl, if you remember, I stood in front of this committee, in front of you, and I asked that the employees of Channel 35 not be laid off. After this council approved the layoff, I walked across the bridge to the CAO's office where I had a negotiating session on that layoff with a representative of the CAO's office and management from ITA. I have repeatedly asked for information on who is doing the work that those employees were doing, how that is being handled. It has now been over 30 days. I have not been provided any information. Okay, if it seems like I'm a little mad, not only do we have all this going on, but then I find out today when Cultural Affairs gets up here and gives their presentation that monies that were freed up for Channel 36 that should have reverted back to Channel 35 and could have saved some of the positions over at Channel 35 are now being used for something else.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me start off in the sense of ITA. Miguel, could you just comment on this issue without violating employee relations? Was this a negotiated issue about loss of positions? And if so, what, if you can give us some idea of the status?
I'm not familiar with the specific meeting that was just referred, but I could certainly check with Mr. Coltis. I don't see him here, and report back on that specific concern that was raised.
Okay, because that would appear to be somewhat of a formal meet and confer if that should have occurred. It wasn't a passing conversation in the hallway or something.
Right.
Okay, thank you. If we get a report back on that. Before we go to other members, let me just ask one follow-up question. When we had Department of Finance here recently, they commented about a accounts receivable module in the FMIS. And I just need to know whether that's part of the overall program. Is that going to be more money? Is that part of the long-term plan for FMIS?
Randy Levin, ITA. The Macias Group was contracted while we were doing the FMS, when we started the FMS project, to look at accounts receivable centralization in the city. So the project had already started when Macias came out with their results. And their results called for basically a portal for all of accounts receivable information so that you could drill down and then do more sophisticated case management on all of the AR. What we did was, once the Macias study was over, we went and we took a look at how were the various ways that the Macias recommendations could be implemented. And they could be implemented within the scope of the FMS system, not as much the FMS project, but the FMS system. And so that is the desirable approach, because it will leverage a lot of the framework that we're building for FMS, but these are much more detailed and sophisticated requirements that were never identified in the beginning of the project, because we weren't doing AR centralization then. So, we can basically do what the Macias recommendations are outside of the FMS system, but that's actually going to cost the city more than it would to just piggyback on what we're doing and leverage a lot of the existing framework that we're in the process of building.
Okay, so with all of that, is the game plan from ITA to move forward and include that in the current scope? And if so, is there a dollar value to that?
What we were going to do jointly between Office of Finance and ourselves was we were going to go back to Budget and Finance, and we were going to go back to the council to discuss what our approach was for this and request additional dollars to be able to implement the AR consolidation. And, I wish Antoinette was here, but my understanding was when the council approved the AR consolidation, it was done so without any funding identified. So we had been working with the CAO to try and figure out how it is we could implement those recommendations. And if we did it, here, the ranges were, if we did it outside of FMS, it was around a $2 million number. If we did it within FMS, the system, it was about an additional $1 million. So it made more sense to try and make that decision now and try and put forward more of that functionality, because it's additional work.
Yeah. What's the drop dead date to make that decision?
I would say probably in the next month and a half. So when the budget was freeing up, we were going to try and get on the committee to discuss this.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO to do us a report back on that, because if there is $1 million difference, and I think this accounts receivable is an important module to both most of the city family, particularly Department of Finance, and so we can get a report back on that whole issue. Mr. Smith?
Go ahead and pass.
Yeah. Hi, Randy. A couple of 3 questions. First, I have something here that might make sense. 11 positions left out of the original 19. Of the original 8 layoffs, 1 person, council phone technician, is still here because of being a coalition member, so he has until July 1. We can save his position by funding the salary through our reimbursements from the 3 proprietary commissions, that is in excess of $150,000. For instance, Channel 35 covers DWP, LAWA, and port meetings, and receive $150,000 in reimbursement each year, if my numbers are right. Can we use that money to fund this council phone tech position?
It's true that the Channel 35 does get reimbursed for those commission meetings that they film, but that money is already in the Schedule 20 and therefore budgeted for other purposes, so it isn't available to be used.
See, that's the problem. You budget things for other purposes that should be used for Channel 35 and 36. You're making decisions that suggest that 35 and 36 are not a valuable asset to the city and to the community. The decision made of this executive money here, where you're saying ITA budget 2008, 2009 was $4,180,000, and then we transfer to the general fund $3 million, and then 2008 we transfer, and by 2010-11 you're transferring $7,899,868 to the general fund at the expense of what I think is your responsibility under the franchise fees and under Channel 35 and 36 mandates. It's not surplus money. It is money that would have kept those 7 or 8 people on the payroll to begin with, to keep Channel 36 and 35 going, and could continue to create the quality product that television, 60,000 or so, who watch this every day and learn from it and experience it. So I'm still in a tough spot to appreciate how excess money, the word even excess, or transfer for other uses, has any relevance when the basic mission of 35 and 36 aren't being met, yet there were funds and are. Anybody who's watching this on television right now has cable, okay? That cable customer writes a check to the cable company, and in that check, 6% goes to this city, okay? And that money, first, is supposed to be used to Channel 35 and 36, not general fund. I'm sorry. The cable customer is not a universal customer like a DWP person is, like this is a special tax, so to speak. And so therefore, its basic commitment should be to 35 and 36. Now, we know the history and the wisdom of our predecessors on this council. A decision was made that they didn't need all those whistles and bells and all that money, so the decision was made that 60 cents out of every dollar would go to the general fund. Didn't bother the public because, in fact, they ran 2 good channels on that 40 cents on the dollar. Now we are in a tough budget crisis. I certainly am not to say we're not, but to cut off our nose on one particular part of a commitment by a certain group of our constituents, the cable customer, that will diminish the quality of their product, will throw people on the street that have been working here for 10, 15 years on 35 and 36 and use the line that this is excess and go to the general fund at the expense of these people and at the expense of the quality product that those 2 channels make. That's basically my position on it. Randy, how do you respond to that?
Well, I mean, a couple of things. First of all, I would punt it back to you guys because the council is responsible for setting the policy. I mean, ultimately, 100% of it could come to ITA, to Channel 35 and 36. So, in a way, we are just living within our means that we have been allocated.
Of course. But who tells you to declare it surplus when it's not?
Which amount?
Out of the 40% that was to be used for Channel 35 and 36, which is roughly that 8 million.
The second point I need to make is that we don't even get the full 40% because a good portion of that still goes back to the general fund. So when you look at really what we get, it's maybe 20% or less of what's in the TDA account. So, I mean, that's the reality of what the numbers are, and you can say we're being good city citizens by allowing the rest of the money to go back into the general fund where we desperately need it.
But at the expense of the cable customer who writes that check specifically to keep 35 and 36 alive.
Well, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple questions. One dealing with the legacy systems that are still existing. You got Merlin in one department. The other, I can't remember the other name. There's 2 or 3 different ones that are not included yet in FMIS. Is there a switchover time this year where we're going to bring all those into one system? Because we've invested so much time and money and years in FMIS.
That is a very true statement, Councilman. What we're looking to do is, with the FMS project, bring all the financial reporting into one place. And systems like Merlin and some of the other shadow systems, we're going to try and eliminate to the extent possible. There is some operational reporting that comes out of some of these other systems, and what we're trying to do right now, we are in a heavy-duty analysis period to see if the FMS system can actually provide the operational reporting. It certainly will provide the financial reporting, and it will provide the management reporting, as it relates to financials. But whether or not it will go far enough to supplant their operational reporting and thus be able to retire that system, that's the piece that we're trying to deal with now. Our goal is to try and eliminate as many as possible. But what we don't want to do is cut off our nose to spite our face and get rid of operational reporting that businesses, departments rely on to get their jobs done. So that's where we are right now.
Okay. For the LAPD, the Teams 2, there's still 8 authority positions that support that. Isn't that function up and running now in the department's control, or are you still providing backup system support?
Teams 2 is a joint effort between the LAPD and ourselves, and we both have staff that work on that system. It is more in a maintenance mode, but yet there's still a significant amount of enhancements that are occurring. In addition to that, it's getting an upgrade right now, and it is a 24/7 application, so it really requires a lot of maintenance enhancements as well as system monitoring. That's why we have so many people working on that application. It's coming down, it's moving in its life cycle to where it needs to be, but it is a joint effort between both our departments.
Okay, but you predict that we'll see that eventually phase out as far as your department support goes?
No, I think it's going to be joint, but I think the totality of the number of people that support it will be reduced and is being reduced.
And the last thing is help desk and support systems to support departments as well as elected officials. That's been very spotty over the past year. It's been problematic for you. Would it be better to just outsource that to a contractor who does nothing but those kind of support systems?
I think that is the direction that we're going to be heading, because we, there's a whole number of things. Given the amount of staff that we have lost this past year, that's been a problem. And second of all, some of the staff that we have that work on this, there's better value that we can be getting from them rather than doing desktop support. So we're trying to look at that.
I would support that fully, because really when we call you for desktop support, this is pretty simplistic questions. I can't get this to work, that to work, and it's stuff your staff can do better things, more, like you said, more important things. And I know there's a lot of contractors out there that do that kind of support system, so.
Yes.
All right, good, thanks.
Mr. Weezer?
Yeah, a couple of things. One is I'm concerned about the cuts in public safety functions. One example that demonstrates what a critical condition we're in is one woman down in the fire department dispatch center who e-ripped, and I understand she was the only person who knew how to run the computer-aided dispatch system, but they brought her back on a 90-day contract. How do we address this and other critical public safety functions that have been significantly reduced?
It is true that we've had, with 178 staff leaving this year, we are more vulnerable in public safety. We've been moving public safety, or moving employees into public safety roles because it is our number one priority. The 3 dispatch centers, normally we had staffed 3 people per shift in each center. We're going to be down to 2 now. And we've worked with the LAPD and the fire department to basically ensure that that's going to be an acceptable level. I think that is the minimal level of staffing that we can get down to in all of those facilities. In terms of the actual 911 system, I would say the super user, the person that knew the most about that system, is e-ripping, and she is coming back. And we have worked jointly with the fire department to basically try and document and work on and understand that system as much as possible to provide as much support as we can to the 911 system. We actually are doing much more of the programming now for the fire department, and as we're moving to the new EOC for their new, basically their new dispatch environment, a lot of their systems are getting an upgrade in that move. So I would say that our staff is working very cooperatively with fire department, but we're actually now trying to program and integrate all of these systems, which in a way is good because now we're learning some of the areas that maybe we didn't know as well, and we should be able to cover that. But the point is we are very slim.
I hope we at least give you the flexibility to try for help if something is disastrously missing and we wind up finding that we're not at the minimum, but below that for public safety purposes. The other thing I would address is, even though in a lot of these cuts there are other things that we respond to more emotionally, cuts to parks, cuts to libraries, et cetera, the least emotionally stirring, but possibly the most important cut in this budget may be to this department. because there are two arenas that we're very dependent on them for. One is, as I understand it, as we're cutting back in all the other departments, we're trying to automate some of the tasks. And that seems like your department would be critical to that. But beyond just helping us get through with the cuts, we're also looking at a lot of ways, and the coalition's proposed it, I've proposed it, it's come from a number of different directions, a lot of efficiencies that are also dependent upon automation. So the question is, how much are these cuts potentially going to cost us in an inability to implement all these things to get us through this? Because it seems like a big chunk of the budget is dependent on being implementing all these steps, the ability to do that, and if we can't and we find that we're doing things a year or two behind schedule, I mean, that could be a lot of money that we're losing or missing the opportunity to pull in.
I agree with you on a lot of these points. Certainly, our demand has increased because the other departments are responding to a lack of staff or losing staff and wants to automate functions that I think are very important. We're doing the best that we can there, and all I can say is that, as with GSD said, things are not going to, exactly be the same. It may take us longer to do things, fix things, or implement things, and I know that that's not an ideal scenario. However, it is the scenario that we are living with right now. So, we're going to do our best to absolutely try and identify and work with the departments that have the biggest bang for the buck, the most value-added things that they need to be doing, and help prioritize that way and try and implement as many efficiencies as we can with what staff we have.
I'd kind of like to ask the CAO essentially the same question. How much are we looking at our dependency upon technological solutions to a lot of our problems, and have we looked carefully at how much we're going to be able to handle in terms of implementing things that are part of the budget and part of the savings, but at the same time maybe we wind up not being able to do it because we haven't put enough money into this arena.
Well, I think we saw that example with the FMS delay. I think that, and as was indicated in the larger discussion that took place earlier this year, that the ERIP really created a real problem in our ability to fully implement it this fiscal year, and so we recommended extending the deadline an additional year. But, as we move forward, I think that that's something we have to monitor carefully, that particularly in this department that we all rely on, as you pointed out, that we're not making cuts that are going to ultimately reduce our ability to implement some of those technologies that will result in greater efficiencies.
I'd like to ask, if I could, that both you and the mayor's office take another look at this and see whether we've really thought through whether we're damaging a lot of our ability to implement everything else in this budget arena by cutting this back too much. And I'm probably the least technologically adept of any of the 15 council members, so I can't say that I've looked at all the documents and I can determine that for myself, but I am very nervous about our abilities to do that. So I would hope that at every level we've really looked that through carefully.
I think you make some very good points. I could tell you that in reviewing this and putting together this budget, ITA, there was a lot of consideration given to first those items that relate to public safety and the security of our infrastructure, but then after that also consideration to the efficiencies that we can gain by having staff available for that purpose. Just two examples of items that I know where there's the possibility of efficiencies is, as we continue with our alley tax program. I know, and Office of Finance was here talking about it. She talked about some additional web-based efficiencies that I think are going to be critical for ITA to have the resources to do. And also, as we talk about just making changes to whether we end up making changes to the work schedules of employees, that's going to require some programming for our payroll system, as is what occurred when the MOUs took effect and there were some changes there. So we recognize that those are definitely areas that we hope can still continue, but we, like I said, we had to prioritize the public safety and the security programs, be first and foremost.
Right, and I agree we have to set those priorities. I'm just nervous because obviously if we just looked at the service, this would be probably at the bottom. You would say our core purpose in life as a city is to provide information technology services, but at the same time, if it turns out we find that $200 or $300 million might not be able to be accessed because of every single piece of this cutback, we'd have to look at it and say it's a high priority because it cuts across everything else that we do. One slightly more benign question, or more modest question. We talked about staffing the help desk. Is there any reason why we wouldn't also look at the possibility of retraining laid-off employees to do that rather than contracting it out?
The reason that we would do that would be twofold. I mean, I think one of the goals that the council and the mayor has had is to reduce the amount of staff that's actually on payroll and is contributing to the pension. That's number one. And number two, if you look at the market costs of what staff costs out in the market that are doing these kind of roles, it's a lot less than what we pay our employees in this particular category. Not in all categories, but in this particular category. So it would depend on whether or not we could afford to bring them back and if they would be on the pension system, et cetera, or whether or not we want to look at potentially, outsourcing that to an outside provider.
Would that violate any of our agreements to not lay people off to contract out?
Not with this bargaining unit. Okay. If I could just clarify one point on the Google contract, the 6 positions that are being eliminated, all of them were vacant. But I'll respond back to the specific question that was raised earlier. Okay. Thank you.
Let me just, this may have been asked while I was out, but let me just go through a couple of questions. Is that when we deal with the payroll system that's been implemented now for several years, but we still are showing some resolution authorities, in addition to that, a lump of money to continue to manage that. Is either one of those are going to reduce it at some time, or are we going to end up with an annual allocation for an existing payroll system?
Payroll right now, the demand and the amount of work that both the controller and ourselves has actually dramatically increased. We had projects on the schedule that we, quite frankly, can't even get to now because the amount of changes that are occurring with all of the MOUs and just all the workforce is consuming the majority of the resources on the controller side and on our side, actually preventing us from doing a lot of the other things that we need and had wanted to be doing. In addition to that, the staff has shrunk, and so when the staff, via ERIP primarily, but transferring out, so we've lost some knowledge on the system. So we're continuing to use the outside consultant to augment the team to be able to work through all of these changes. And I can tell you, Councilman Parks, they are coming fast and furious. I mean, we are basically changing the payroll system, very, very frequently now in order to accommodate everybody, e-ripping and everything else that's going on. So, until that kind of work starts, diminishing, which will be sometime next year, that is what's taking the majority of our resources to get people off the books.
Okay. Let me just say, if we could ask for a report back, because this is one of the dilemmas dealing with consultants and people that we have on contract. Since 2003, they've probably right close to $7 million we paid them. The system's been operational for a number of years, and we have just a tick under $1 million for this year. So they would be well over $7 on their way to $8 million since 2003. And I don't know what the cost of the 3 positions, but I think between the 2 operations, it's quite expensive as it relates to a existing system. So if we could ask a report back and see, is there a light at the end of the tunnel that reduces either one or both at some point? The other one is that we talked a little bit about the FMIS, and I guess with the extension of a year, is that going to require the same number of position allocations and the outside resources for this upcoming year? And we really need a sense of fix on how real is July 2011.
Well, there's a very detailed plan, and Miguel sits on our POC committee, and, we'd be more than happy to take you through the detailed plan, at another time, and, drill down into this.
The thing, let me just comment, I think the problem we've had in the past, we have wonderful plans. It's just that we often don't hit the due dates, and we spend often tons of money more than what we plan, and sometimes we don't even get the system that we plan. And I think, every time we hear personnel, there are people that were starting their careers in L.A. when the first personnel system was being developed, and then now we're at the fifth or sixth generation. We're still moving forward on the PACER system, and yet it's something in which we now, we got consultants, almost $7 million. It just is a concern to where we write great reports, and I'll go back to PACERS. Even with PACERS, I think we asked for a generic system that could be upgraded as it went forward, and we ended up with a proprietary system that only 3 people in the world know how to run. And so we keep making the same kind of decisions that cost us money and dollars year after year. And that's why I'm wondering that we not get into that on FMIS, because it's one of those issues that hopefully it works when we turn it on, and it does what we need it to do, but we don't have this annual allocation that keeps consultants here for decades managing it.
I absolutely agree with you, and the CAO and the mayor are on the POC and the CLA, so we will take a look at this in more detail. And if I could comment on the fact that we are trying very hard in our department to drive standards, not just in this project, but in our other projects and in the city. As a general rule, this city has liked to customize everything in terms of technology, and we can no longer afford it. So our mantra is trying to standardize to the extent possible.
And like I mentioned to you at the joint meeting that we had recently, we really need for you to come forward more often when we're making major shifts that add a year to a program or add dollars, as opposed to you having to figure it out by yourself and then bringing us the completed proposal, and everybody then is surprised at the dollar value and that it slipped. So we need to know that, I think, much quicker. Gail, do you have something?
I was just going to agree with your concerns. I mean, it was the committee had deliberated long and hard about the potential delay, and ultimately concluded, because one of the questions we asked ourselves was, does it make sense to just cut our losses at this point? Should we basically, given the delay, should we just simply stop pursuing it so we don't create even a greater cost? And at the end of the day, we all recommended to move forward, even though we're going to extend the deadline because it's such a critical system. I mean, I think if we had the system today, it would certainly help this process much more. But I think that your comments are fair, and we'll make sure to keep you better apprised as we move forward, so that you're not surprised if we're a month or two behind in the future.
Or 12 or 13. Okay. Let me just ask, on Blue Book, page 370, 26 and 27, these positions, are these already laid off, the ones that, which were 9 positions?
What page was that?
Page 370, items 26 and 27.
The cable television positions?
They've been laid off?
Yes, they have been.
Yes, I believe 5 have, and 2 are coalition and have not yet been laid off.
Go over that again? I didn't hear you.
Of the 7, 5 have been laid off, 2 are coalition and therefore have not been laid off yet.
Okay, what about the 2 above there on the...
Those are retirements.
Retirements, okay. So, but they won't be replaced?
Correct.
Okay. And then let me ask you the $8 million question. Give us an update on where we are with Google.
We've implemented 3,700 users on the system. We're still in our pilot mode. I think
And how long will that pilot go?
Excuse me?
How long will the pilot go?
Till about May 3rd, and then we're going to be making a decision to move forward. We had a few glitches, not unsurmountable. We had some system performance in some of the remote locations. We've tested those locations and done whatever repair work we've needed to do. And so I think the system is performing, adequately right now. So I don't foresee any problems trying to get the implementation done by the end of June. What is happening now is that some departments are asking to be deferred till the end of June, but we can't roll 30,000 people at the end of June. So that's, and that was never the plan. So we're going to have to be, fairly rigorous in our schedule and try and stick to it as much as possible.
Let me ask, and this would be something, not necessarily a report back, but I would request that we have you come to council before the drop dead date of May 3rd. I mean, before we say we must go forward, or hold the May 3rd date until you can brief the council on the status of the migration, the pilot issues, the general feedback of those who are using it, such issues as what status reports on the pilot. Also, have we found any current concerns that LAPD and law enforcement had? Those types of things I think we need before we say we are going full speed ahead and there's a point of no return.
I just talked to Mark. We're on for ITGA on Tuesday, and I think full council on Wednesday.
Very good.
So we do have that, and we speak to LAPD every day about this project and where we are.
And also, if we can have in that, as you do the assessment, are the cost figures, are we within those cost figures that we stated early on, and some comparison of where we would be if we were still on group-wise?
Okay, absolutely.
So if we could have all that before that drop-dead date, that would be fine.
Yes.
Thank you. My final thing, let me ask the CAO, and I feel Mr. Rosenthal's pain on special park, I almost said special parking revenue. That's my favorite subject. His is dealing with the TDA. One of the things I think would be helpful to us, and I know we set this 60-40, and that was something that the city did, but when you look at the figures of the annual transfer, it appears is that we've done one of two things. We either, the 40 is too big, and we keep taking it, and we've not designated it, or leave them alone to be able to do their department. What I think we need to do on the TDA is have some kind of a budget strategy that gives them untethered what they need, but maybe put a cap on it so that we don't look over there and there's $50 million one day, but you put a cap on it and say, you go up here, but if you stay within that cap, you can roll it over and we don't take it from you every year, and maybe it's 70-30 or 80-20, but the money we give them should stay there, that they can have an ability to operate without the annual sweep mechanism. And this is something I think we need to figure out, that strategy, being that those funds are dedicated for that purpose. And then we won't have this triple swap where, we relieve money from the general fund and then we force it into another department to fund it. It's kind of unique that we have a unique fund for a unique purpose that should be used. But we need to see a report back on how we construct, and not for this year, because I'm not going to create a $7 million hole in the budget, but we need to look at it for future years of how we can come up with a budget that allows them stability, but understands what their needs are, and that we have some way to cap it, but we can all have an understanding of what that budget is.
We'll be happy to follow up. I think the challenge is reaching the consensus on what is it that they need.
I think the issue is we pretty well, I think historically, would have some idea what they need by what they've been expending. Now, we've deferred a lot of their needs by taking the money. So,
like SBRF.
That's, and the thing is, I don't want to come up with another ordinance that says pay them back, because we can't pay them back. The issue is, let's figure out a way to give them what we think they need in the sense of that particular function, because the rest of their budget can fluctuate. We're going to be dealing with that annually. But again, maybe the 60-40 split is not the proper balance.
Right.
Maybe we should sweep what we're going to sweep annually and get 80-20, but the 20 should be something they can depend on.
Well, I think in terms of the larger discussion on number of funds, I mean, we had the same discussion around the reserve fund. Should we, keep the reserve fund at a certain amount and identify ways to remove the temptation to rate it like we do this fund and SPR for a number? I mean, in this particular fund, and maybe something to consider is that the ordinance specifically provides the council the authority. It says the council expressly reserves the right to transfer funds from the telecommunications development account to the general fund upon majority vote of the council and approval of the mayor. So, amending that to make it more difficult to rate it may be something that your council may consider in the future.
I think that's part of the report back, to give us some guidance because of stability and other things. And again, I don't think it was science that created 60-40, so that certainly can be altered. But again, just as we've asked on special parking revenue, that the Department of Transportation gives us a 5-year rolling plan that says, I got to get this money each year to keep my facilities and meters functional. We should take that into consideration before we declare a surplus.
Right.
And so that's the thing, I think, if we can create something, again, not this year, but for future years, that we can have a more reasonable budget that's stabilized, that the department can depend on and we can depend on.
Will do.
Okay.
You really don't need me screaming at you every time this comes about, because I've been a big fan of your zero-based budgeting strategy. You've been a leader on that. But truthfully, if you just look down the hall to Tony Agani, who's been in the business for 25 years, and with his eyes closed, can make an operating budget for 35 and 36 that works, and then appreciate the fact that it's a special tax on a special group of people, the cable customers, and they deserve to have Channel 35 and 36 functioning the way it should. And therefore, it takes the temptation away from somebody else who doesn't have a sensitivity to those two channels from getting into the play. Also, you know that channel itself is worth millions of dollars because it's an interconnected channel and over 750,000 potential viewers. And it's the #1 communicator in this democracy of our city, because we turn these lights on and you see all the dancing going on in this chamber. That is the reason the dancing goes on, is because there's this ability for people to turn on their tube at night and maybe learn something or maybe not, but that's the purpose of it.
I absolutely agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I would say probably all the council, or certainly the overwhelming majority of the council, would agree that the level we've dropped to in funding our cable stations is below what it should be. I mean, where we put the bar, I'm not sure ultimately. And I know we don't want to restore too much of any of these categories, but I would like to see us at least explore whether we might be able to add back a couple people, because we know we're so far below the line that, again, I think they're going to find it difficult to function. So I don't know whether that goes or not ultimately, but I think that's something we should at least look at. I know some members of the council have been saying all along that this is a very dramatic cut, not appropriate considering that it's funded by the cable viewers, and then to cut it so that it's at this level of effectiveness, I think is really problematic.
Well, I will work with the CAO and the CLA to see if there's any other ideas that we can come up with.
I'm sure not everybody in this economy that has been laid off has already found other jobs, so if we were able to hire back one or two in the most effective manner, I think that would be terrific.
Okay.
That's it, sir? That's it. Mr. Rizzo, you have anything? Thank you very much. Appreciate the input and certainly the report backs as we had it.
Thank you.
Okay, we just take CDD.
Okay, you want to announce that?
Yeah. Let me, as we stated earlier, we're going to close down our recess at 6:30. We have 1 hour, and so the CAO is here all the time, so we're going to jump past the CAO right now, and the last department we'll do today would be CDD, which would also cover the, the two departments that have been eliminated, Dunn and Human Services. So we'll deal with those three issues as our last item before recessing. So if we can get CDD up, and while they're coming up, what did I do here? Oh, that's disability. I have a couple of public comment cards. We have Christopher Moody. We have Douglas Epperhart and Jim McQuiston. Could you come up to the microphone while the staff is coming up? Okay, no Weiss, if you can come up at the same time. Okay?
Thank you. Angel Calvo, Mr. Moody had to leave. I'm taking his place. Real quick, sir.
Just do me a favor. Okay. You can't take his place, but you can speak, but fill out a card before you leave.
We don't know your name.
Yeah.
Have the card right here.
Okay, but just go on and say your comments and give us a card.
I'll make sure you get the card after my comments. Angel Calvo with EAA. Again, as I said, Mr. Moody had to leave. It is a late hour. Real quick, the only comment that we have is representing a lot of the employees at CDD, we do not understand why, if CDD is grant funded and therefore makes no or takes no payments from the general fund, why the employees are still being furloughed. If maybe this committee could get an answer for us on that. It makes no sense to us. There's no liability to the general fund. Why are the employees being furloughed? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and identify yourself.
Doug Epperhart. This year I am the chair of the city's Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, the 14 representatives elected from around the city to represent the 90 neighborhood councils. I have a statement here for you. If the Sergeant of Arms wants to grab them, here they are, from the Budget Advocates. This year we have, as we have worked with the mayor's office more closely than in any other previous year. Here you go. I got a bunch of them there. I don't know how many you need. We have operated on a couple of basic principles. One is that the core of the neighborhood council system are the 90 individual neighborhood councils and not the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. That it is about fully funding those councils. We are the people out there on the ground doing thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of volunteer work and leveraging the money that is being spent on neighborhood councils. None of us are happy about the fact that a lot of the department has already disappeared, but frankly we feel there is a better and more responsive way to go forward for neighborhood councils. That's to outsource much of what the department has done and work with nonprofit agencies that really have a lot more experience in terms of community education, community organizing, and which can do some of the administrative work more cheaply than the city. Or shall I say more inexpensively than the city. Again, we want you to think about the system as the councils, the neighborhood councils, and not so much the bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Members of the committee, my name is Noel Weiss. I think the integrity of the neighborhood councils is at stake. Two major concerns that I have. One is actually honoring the charter in terms of actually budgeting 2 years in advance as mandated by Section 911. That will help basically assure some degree of political independence, and because I think that's the purpose of that provision. It's never been done. Secondly, last year, I think the City Council rated the lockbox $5.2 million. I don't think they have the right to do it. Maybe transition in the next couple of years or whatever, but I think that point basically should be recognized. Three, as far as the merger goes, if there is a merger, it should be CDD into BONC. BONC is a charter policy-making body. CDD is not. CDD was created by ordinance. Now, there may be overlap, there may not be. That's a policy decision, basically, that this council has to make. But I don't think it's, for purposes of those on the council who believe in the integrity of the neighborhood council system, I don't think you should dilute it in this way. Sean Simons has I think an excellent proposal that would save probably $3 or $4 million, basically energize the neighborhood councils to try to be able to step up to meet the challenges that exist right now. Okay, the clock wasn't running, that was the thing.
But I was keeping track.
Oh, you know what, thank you, Mr. Parks. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker is Jim McQuiston, Sean Simons, and Stephen Box.
Jim McQuiston, you have my statement. I think you got it yesterday. I hope you all read it very closely because, as you know, I spent a lot of time on neighborhood councils. I started out with the committee of the elected charter commission that got up the idea in the first place. And as a private attorney general operating in the federal system, I gave him my expertise and my safeguards that are in the charter to safeguard what we intended for neighborhood councils, namely private attorneys general. And you know, they work awfully fast. If they have the power, you can get some access and you can say, hey, look, you know, we've analyzed this very carefully, and this is what we think you ought to do. And usually people take those instructions, and you get pretty high-level results that way. What happened was the whole system was dumbed down, and I use that word advisedly. And on account of that, we don't have the expertise in the neighborhood councils that we expected. And a lot of people have been disappointed and dropped out. But we can revive it. And the way I think we can revive it, I've mapped out in that brief statement. Please read it carefully. I don't want to go through what we went through again, and I can remember Mayor Shaw very, very much, even though I was pretty young at the time. We don't want to have a repeat of that. I'm not accusing anybody in the city of being wrongful. It's just the idea that the system is organized wrongly, and we're spending money that we shouldn't be spending on a system that doesn't work, and therefore we've got to repair it. And if we do, I think we'll come up with a lot of people with a lot of good ideas and specific results that we're not getting now out of our system.
Thank you. We have Sean Simon and Stephen Box. Can you come up to the mic?
Stephen Box, I live in Hollywood. The neighborhood councils gathered the first week of January and has been working since then under the Budget LA umbrella on some proposals and suggestions for reorganizing what was formerly known as the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. And those proposals have manifested themselves in some great ideas for outsourcing, for incorporating the use of volunteers, but essentially for supporting the needs of the neighborhood councils. The neighborhood council budget advocates have also developed a plan and presented that plan to the mayor's office, to the CDD, and to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, again, for a reorganized format that would support the needs of the neighborhood councils and would save money over what the mayor's office is asking in this particular budget. Through it all, we ask for the opportunity to participate in the reorganization of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, whether it's within the Department of CDD or however it's hosted. But we want to make sure that we don't take the same group of folks doing the same work and change hats and then expect a different result. And so it is that we ask you for the opportunity to participate through this restructuring, not just the rebudgeting, but the restructuring of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We have Sean Simon here. Okay, thank you. We'll put that card in file. All right, we can start the presentation. Let me start off with questions. First of all, could we get the CAO or the city attorney to respond to the issue of what the charter requires us as it relates to the budget of the Dunn and neighborhood councils, and whether the city has the ability to place funds and remove them as it relates to its annual budget?
I'll have to bring my attorney.
Okay. I'll go to question 2 then. Could we get just a report back, so that's been asked and answered several times, but if we could just get a report back as to the legal requirements. I think it's been told to us that our current budget process is legal, and that we're following the charter, and that there are no extra mandates that require certain funding, or that you could not alter the funding. So we need to get a report back from the city attorney so that we can have that.
Yeah, well, I have the language here, and would you want me to clarify it now?
Just clarify it, I think, but we need it, I think, in general, because that question just keeps coming back and back as to whether there's a requirement for a 2-year budget and things of that nature.
In terms of specifically as it relates to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, it specifically cites that the mayor and council shall appropriate funds for the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment and for startup and functioning of neighborhood councils for the first 2 years after the effective date of this article. Funds should be appropriate.
The first 2 years is you have to provide funds, not that you have to budget 2 years in advance.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Funds shall be appropriated into a special fund and established by the ordinance.
And does it say how much?
No, it doesn't specify the allocation, and it doesn't specify the neighborhood council grants. There's no reference to that specifically.
Okay. All right. So if we could just have that document attached to a report back, so that we can have that as part of the budget, just in case someone else brings that up.
Sure. We'll work with the city attorney on that.
Thank you. Let me just start off with CDD. Let me, on the sense, could you give us an explanation in the sense, and I know you've gone through this budget exercise with us in the past, and our questions are always addressing impact on the general fund. And so currently, we understand that this budget does not require general fund subsidy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This is year 36?
36 program year, yes.
All right. The other thing I want to ask is that historically, and do we still subsidize funds for pension and overhead for employees, or do you now absorb that within your CDD budget?
It's absorbed within our budget.
Okay, so the city is no longer absorbing the pension, medical, and other overhead as it relates to your personnel?
That's correct,
okay,
sir.
Very good. So you're totally off of the general fund?
Yes.
That's been a 5-year goal. Thank you, sir. The other thing I want to ask is that if you can give us just a brief overview of how you're going to manage these new resources that have come to you as far as dealing with neighborhood empowerment and human services department. Give us a brief overview of how those are going to be brought into your operation and managed.
Okay, I have a diagram that I can distribute after my comments here, but it's an organizational chart which essentially identifies the commissions that will have a dotted line to me, which include, right now already includes the Workforce Investment Board, but the Commission on the Status of Women, the Human Relations Commission, and the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners will also be added. In addition to that, we are proposing the creation of a Commission on the Community and Family Services that would incorporate the former CCYF Commission and also the CUP. The CAB has a very distinct function and will remain separate. But all of those...
For the public, let them know what CAB is?
Community Action Board, which is required under Community Development Block Grant for public participation and to endorse the programs that the funds will be spent on.
Okay, would that board take the place of or just enhance the requirement of community participations when you go forward and allocate those grants? Is this another safeguard of community involvement? Or?
Well, the CAP has always been there, and it's always been a requirement, and we will maintain that.
Okay. So, I mean, but that doesn't diminish your outreach?
No, it does not. Not at all. Not at all.
All right.
Then, as far as the operations of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, our proposal, it would be to place that under our operations division. As you know, we were reorganized just last year, and we have all of our programs and services under one Assistant General Manager for operations. So it is proposed that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment become another division within that group. And so there would be a day-to-day director for Department of Neighborhood Empowerment reporting to Assistant General Manager of Operations, while the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners have a dotted line to me as General Manager.
Okay.
I have a diagram of that, and I'll make it available after. Yeah, that's it.
All right, we got that. Let me just ask you, do you have some concerns about the positions that have been transferred with the DUN and the Human Services, that as far as matching up with the authorities that you have, or do you need to reclassify any position?
I believe there is going to be a need to do some reclassification to ensure that we're able to carry out all of our grant-funded activities as required.
Okay.
As you know, we took on some transfers within a very short period of time that we made available positions within CDD that could be funded while we did the transition. But now that that has occurred, we need to relook at what we've done so far and make sure that all the grant-funded positions that we need can be filled by people with the requisite skills to carry out those grant-funded activities.
Has that information been transmitted to the CAO?
Yes,
Yes, it has.
Pardon?
Yes, it has been transmitted. Actually, we're looking at specifically requesting 3 human relations advocates that will continue to do the work that had been done by those staff previously while they were in the Human Services Department. Additionally, the CDD will take on a grant that was managed by CCYF from Caltrans, and we anticipate a need for 1 community project assistant to go to do the dedicated work for that particular grant.
When you have that classification change, what is the funding source for those 3 or 4 positions?
The CPA, or the Community Program Assistant, would be fully grant-funded through the Caltrans grant, and the 3 HRAs would actually be funded. We're proposing that they be funded initially with our ARB funding split between WIA and CDBG.
Okay. Let me just ask, when you decentralized, did that help you with the Human Services cap to where more of your personnel were in the operational side as opposed to the administrative?
It gave us some relief. Okay. It gave us some relief.
Okay. Greg, you have something?
I think he just asked all of my questions.
Okay. Was that it? Go ahead.
First, of course, I'm being provincial and apologize for that. What is the status and future of the Vera Davis Center? There's a lot of interest in Oakwood and in Venice near Abertenney about that.
Yeah. We're still attempting to contract that out to a nonprofit. That is the long-range plan.
Long-range plan. But in the short range, the groups that are using it,
they will still be there.
Okay. And if we get to the long-term contracted situation, will somebody be working with the existing groups that use it now and help them in a transition of sorts?
The idea would be to not displace anybody who's in there if we can at all possibly do that.
Now, when these other things are being meshed in with you that we've been talking about, result of these transfers for efficiencies here, will you be able to continue your core services?
Yes, we will.
That's fine with me. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Follow up on the comment that was made about furloughs of special funded folks currently. Are we still doing that? And if so, when are we planning on halting that practice?
This fiscal year, we are furloughing some special funded positions, but it's proposed for the next fiscal year that all special funded positions that are 100% special funded, including related costs, will not be furloughed.
Since it doesn't benefit us financially and can only harm us, any reason why we're not trying to halt that practice during this fiscal year?
The answer is probably best provided during closed session.
Okay, fair enough. Let's put that on a closed session as soon as we can. And that's it.
Ms. Perry?
Okay. If I could, just one other comment. And I know you're in a hurry, and I don't want to belabor this.
We never rush for you.
Just to mention that the Education and Neighborhood Committee is also in deliberations about the Dunn Department, and there are a number of issues that are being discussed there that could have an impact on our budget, and I just wanted to call those out. One is the funding program and how that will be administered. We have proposed a plan that we think is efficient and effective and can save money. The question is whether or not it can be done under the existing charter, and that's being worked out.
What are some of the charter complications?
Well, it could be interpreted that it requires the department to directly oversee the accounting and auditing functions as opposed to contracting them out. And so that's an issue that is still in discussion, and depending on how that works out, if it is decided that that's a function that the department would have to take on, then we would need additional staff for that.
Oh, I see.
So that would have a budget impact.
Okay, when you go before that committee, the thing that I think is important for all of us is to, whatever changes that people are recommending, if it's a general fund impact, the likelihood is that there is no subsidy for it. So we have to work through that within existing resources.
Okay. The other issue I'd like to raise has to do with the proposed budget for neighborhood conflict training and educational services. Our intent is to create a new and improved model for neighborhood councils, and in doing so, we think it's important to build capacity within the neighborhood councils and to help them to become self-sufficient. Under this new model, we think training and educational services is mandatory. Unfortunately, in the formulation of this budget, that item was somehow overlooked. When we got a chance to look at it closer, we realized that it is underfunded and would like to take another look at that item. It was reduced from $100,000 in last year's budget to $16,000 in 10-11. We think that's not quite adequate to get us to a new and improved model that would make them more self-sufficient and more effective in their role.
Okay, what is your proposal? That you're going to realign funds within the department, or you're asking for funds?
We're actually asking for funds. We think the current budget has been cut to the bone, and if there are some unforeseen savings in our budget that we would identify as the year went along, but I would much rather have it in the budget at the beginning so that we can administer a better training and educational program for the neighborhood councils.
We'll put that on the unforeseen list.
Thank you.
Let me just ask you on, just give two quick questions. Give us just a quick overview, because this is where we get a lot of questions, is that they understand that these functions have been moved to you. What people are concerned with is about the coordination and the responsiveness, that you're just not managing the program, but you're set up to actually perform the services of these two departments that you've taken a portion of their operation.
Well, I have an outstanding management team, and we've been able to make tremendous progress in the almost 4 years now that I've been there. And as you know, the first year I came here, we were begging for money. We were owing the general fund lots of money each year. Through streamlining, through decentralization and reorganization, we became a much more healthy department and a lot less dependent on the general fund. I intend to use all the resources that we have available to us, and with a strong management team assisting me, I think we'll be able to accomplish what is expected of us in the consolidation of these new departments.
These are for Monday. For Monday. Okay. And then my final question, just give us a thumbnail about the WIB board. What are some of the new activities? How is it impacting job creation and training? And one of the questions that Mr. Smith had earlier in one of our issues is the WIB funding set up to allow its expenditures for the positions that were cut for student workers and, what was it, student workers and, was it interns?
Well, primarily the student workers.
Student workers within the police department, because that is a training method in which bringing people in to work so many hours while going to school. Does the WIB funding fit that kind of category?
We're certainly willing to take a look at that, and if there's a way to make that happen, we will do that.
Because I forget what the number is, but it was the whole program was cut out.
Yeah.
And so we were looking to see, does the WIB board have the ability, or the WIB funding have the ability to resurrect that in some fashion, if not totally?
I certainly would be willing to present that to the board for their consideration, and I think I can tell you that they would be favorable to finding a way to assist in that effort.
If we can get a report back from CAO and see how that might fit within it, but just give us a thumbnail on job creation and where we are with the funds we're using out of the WIB.
Okay. The WIB board, as you may know, is involved in a broad array of activities in terms of policy making for the allocation of our Workforce Investment Act funds. Some of the highlights would include our sector initiatives that we are now developing to have studies done to determine what the high-growth sectors are, which industries are going to be hiring people in the future, and also providing job training and educational services so that we can prepare our workforce to be able to obtain those jobs. The WIB is also very effective and active in our summer youth programs and dislocated workers. Dislocated meaning those who've been laid off. Rapid response. In fact, we have set up a rapid response booth right down in City Hall Mall, and also out on the lawn on Thursdays to assist city workers who unfortunately may face layoff. And again, as I said, the Summer Youth Program is one of our biggest activities. We're getting more assistance and support from the private sector in hiring summer youth. That's very important. And of course, the ERA funds that we received this year is enhancing all of our programs. I'd be more than pleased to provide you with a report that summarizes all the activities. I believe it's 11,000, close to 200 individuals who have been served through our workforce development efforts.
Okay. And could we get that on a report back in addition to your relationships with the work source centers? Absolutely. And where they are located in the city so that council members can get some idea of that individual contact and how you influence some of those activities?
Sure. Be glad to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can we get a report back on what's become of the training and education funds? A report back on that.
Is it for workforce, or are you talking about the Dunn training and education? Dunn? Okay.
All right.
Will do.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Just to close the loop on Dunn, there's a specific 220 question as to whether there's an authority to transfer the department into another department. In Article 8, Section 913, it specifically states that it limits the mayor and the council from transferring the powers during the first 5 years of the department's existence. It's my understanding that the department's been in existence for nearly 10 years now.
Okay. So we've covered all three issues. And Dion, you had a comment?
Right. Mr. Jasmine, a question. I pulled up the report that our office had transmitted last week. I'll just read briefly the conclusion. The Charter protects the powers, duties, and functions of Charter-created departments from elimination, but allows the council and mayor the flexibility to determine the department or office that can best carry them out. Thus, it is our view that, as currently proposed, the powers, duties, and functions of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment may legally be transferred to CDD.
Okay, thank you. Let me just, thank you very much for CDD. Let me just, we're going to recess at this time. We've met our goal of 6:30. Great. We will be back in session at 9 o'clock on Monday. We will cover all of the remaining agenda, so whatever time that takes, so come dressed prepared. Yeah, dress comfortably.
Pajamas.
But one request from Sharon is please wear shoes. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute, one thing, Miguel, I need one report back. I'm sorry, one report back for next week. This is an issue we need to have some background information. We need a chart and a report that addresses the issue of the COLA costs that are triggered as to savings versus layoffs for the next, so that we can look at it for next year and future years. We can have that analysis so that we can basically have an understanding as people contest what is least or most cost efficient.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're recessed.
Very good.